the clarity in policies, if one wants to be honest, is that we all want to live in a safe space and we all want to protect our rights. So no space for criminality, no justification for terrorism, hatred, propaganda, or violence. But yes, we need to defend without double standards the freedom of religion, and within the freedom of religion, there must be no double standards for any religious community, no discrimination. And so again, Muslims as well as Christians and Jews and Buddhists and Hindus and Taoists, they need to be respected in their rights to be believers and to be a part of the citizens' responsibility.
Indeed. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Imam Yahya Pallaviccini for joining us and sharing that deep insights with us here on Focal Length. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, it's a wrap on this episode of the Focal Length. For more international news and updates, stay tuned on NewsX World.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policy.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. According to Russian-installed Governor Vladimir Saldo, at least 24 people were killed and 29 injured after 3 Ukrainian drones struck a hotel and cafe during New Year celebrations in the coastal village of Korli in Russia-claimed Kherson. However, Ukraine has not commented for now. According to a statement by the Somali Defense Ministry on X, Somalia's armed forces have killed 29 Al-Shabaab terrorists in Southeastern Somalia. The ministry said the operation was conducted with international partners while praising their support in security cooperation, intelligence sharing, and operations against Al-Shabaab. According to the Israeli military, Israeli forces has killed a 26-year-old Palestinian identified as Khatab al-Sarhan during an early morning operation in the occupied West Bank after opening fire on people accused of throwing stones at soldiers. According to the Chinese Foreign Ministry, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi has criticized Japan and pressed South Korea to back Beijing's One China position on Taiwan during a phone call with South Korean Foreign Minister Cho Hyun ahead of a presidential summit. Official statements from China's Taiwan Affairs Office, Beijing has condemned Taiwan leader William Lai's New Year's Day speech as full of lies and malice after he vowed to strengthen Taiwan's defenses just days after PLA live fire drills around the island. A member of Iran's security forces was killed during protests that have swept across the country since last week, local media reported. Chinese rocket maker Landspace is seeking to raise about $1 billion in Shanghai Star Market IPO after its listing application was fast-tracked and accepted by the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Landspace IPO comes as Beijing pushes aerospace as a strategic priority. Nigerian authorities said British boxer and Olympic gold medalist Anthony Joshua has been discharged from a Lagos hospital after being involved in a road crash near Lagos that killed two of his close associates. Local reports suggest that he was released late Wednesday and will continue recovering at home. Now we move on and we start from Ukraine and Russia. Russia has said that it has extracted and decoded a file from Ukrainian drone downed earlier this week, claiming it targeted a Russian presidential residence. Moscow has accused Kyiv of trying to strike President Vladimir Putin's residence in the Novgorod region with 91 long-range drones. Russia said the information would be shared with the United States and could influence ongoing peace talks. Ukraine and Western countries have disputed the claim, with U.S. officials reportedly finding no evidence the drone targeted Putin's residence. Kyiv has called the allegation disinformation, aimed at driving a wedge between Ukraine and Washington after a recent meeting between Trump and President Zelensky. Now for this discussion, we welcome Professor Andrew Latham. He's an international affairs expert, joins us live from Minneapolis. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us, and Happy New Year to you. Now, looking at this, what do you think, what are we to make of, contradicting reports, and if Russia does prove, what comes next?
Well, it's partly the fog of war. We don't know what we don't know, and we don't know if that drone was targeted on the presidential palace or whether it was. We just don't know at this point. All parties involved have a narrative that they want to get out, and the Russian narrative is that the Ukrainians are quote-unquote terrorists, and this is what they do. They don't attack just soldiers on the battlefield. They attack politicians as well, and that's taboo under international humanitarian law. They're trying to, Putin is trying to buy time. This allows him to harden his position at the negotiating table, which buys him more time, which gives his troops on the ground the time they need to make the slow but inexorable progress that they're making on the battlefield. So that serves his purpose, and of course the reverse is also true for President Zelensky and the White House in the United States. There's a disincentive to go along with this narrative, and the counter narrative is that we didn't do anything wrong. That we the Ukrainians weren't targeting President Putin's home. So you can see that these are competing narratives, and this is the nature of gray zone warfare, information warfare. Who's going to dominate the narrative, and which narrative is going to prevail and advance the interests of this party over that party?
Thank you for highlighting that. And Professor, now, how do you think now this report will be changing the upcoming talks between U.S. and Ukraine and U.S. and Russia?
Well, on the Russian side, as I said, it allows Putin and his delegates to dig their heels in, to say, we can't do business with these Ukrainians, they're crazy, they're terrorists, this is the kind of thing they do. And so I see this as a pretext on the Russian side to slow down those negotiations, to buy them more time. And of course, Donald Trump wants some kind of peace, any kind of peace at any kind of price. So he's not willing to go along with this. So there's going to be some friction between Moscow and Washington over this. And of course, President Zelensky has no interest in this narrative gaining traction. He doesn't want Ukraine to be perceived as a terrorist organization, terrorist state. The other part of this for Putin, of course, is he likes to portray Russia as the victim rather than the aggressor. And this feeds into that narrative as well. That's NATO expansion that's the problem. It's the Ukrainians trying to join the European Union that's the problem. It's Ukraine is the aggressor. We, the Russians, are simply the victims. This plays into and reinforces that narrative. You put all of that together, you've got a lot of friction, you've got a lot of tension, and you don't have much progress towards a ceasefire or peace deal anytime soon.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Professor Andrew Latham for joining us today from Minneapolis and sharing that insight. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our next news. To Europe, dozens of people were killed and around 100 others injured, most of them seriously, after a fire tore through a packed bar during a New Year's Eve celebrations in the upscale Swiss ski resort of Crans, Montana. Eyewitnesses have described chaotic scenes as bystanders rushed to pull injured people away from the flames. Nearby bars and restaurants remained open to provide emergency shelter. Ambulances transported the injured to medical facilities in the nearby Mubra region, while those with more severe injuries were then taken to hospitals farther afield. Let's listen into what a few of the eyewitnesses have shared.
Understandably, they don't want civilians getting in and involving and getting in the way. And many were able to help carrying, I don't want to say corpses. I think everyone who was out and kind of reactive survived, but carrying bodies out of the fire from there, at least a bit further away. You see there's the Bar 1900, that was the first kind of responding place. They did amazing to stay open. It was warm in there, that was what was needed. As mentioned before, the main, I think, problem was the temperature shock from the heat inside to the cold outside. So one of the priorities was to get everyone warm. I mean, I'm talking, the curtains of the restaurant was used. And yeah, I mean, many gory scenes. There were many who were very strong, who stayed strong and who understood that their life was in grave danger, but decided that mentally it was more important to stay calm.
Il y avait des gens qui criaient, et puis voilà, des gens allongés par terre, probablement mortes, parce qu'ils avaient les vestes sur leur visage, enfin voilà. Et voilà, c'est ce que j'ai vu, c'est pas plus. Après, j'ai reçu des vidéos où il y a des gens qui essaient de s'échapper, mais ils se sont piétinés dessus, donc la sortie, c'était compliqué à sortir après. Il y a des gens qui criaient, qui disaient aidez-moi, aidez-nous s'il vous plaît.
Now we move on to Africa. Somalia's armed forces have killed 29 Al-Shabaab group people in a coordinated operation in southeastern Somalia's Jabhat Godan, according to the Defense Ministry. The operation also destroyed vehicles and weapons intended for attacks on civilians. Al-Shabaab has waged a violent insurgency since 2007, aiming to overthrow Somalia's government and impose its own strict interpretation of Sharia law. The Defense Ministry has expressed gratitude to international partners for their continued support, including intelligence sharing and operational assistance, though the specific partners were not named. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Ross Feingold. He's a political analyst, joins us live from Taipei. Thank you very much, Mr. Feingold, for joining us, and Happy New Year to you. Now looking
to you too, Azuma.
Thank you. Now looking at this, the coordination between Somalian forces and international forces, although not named, what more can you tell us about this?
There's no secret here. We know that the United States, as well as countries in the region, do cooperate with the Somalia government to combat Al-Shabaab and other terrorist elements in the areas that nominally the Somalia government is supposed to be controlling, although frankly their control on the ground is often very weak, and that's why Al-Shabaab is able to continue to exist despite the Somalia government in Mogadishu and its international partners trying to combat al-Shabaab literally for more than a decade already. But again, it's no secret that Somalia government does have support from other countries. Otherwise, frankly, they would not be able to successfully combat al-Shabaab. But I think the key thing to keep in mind here is that despite these efforts, whether it's from the Somalia government itself or with the assistance of its international partners, al-Shabaab does not go away. It is still capable of exercising control over territory, blackmailing businesses and individuals to provide it with financial support, and it does not go away.
Right. Thank you for highlighting that. And what does this say about Somalia's ability to combat insurgent groups like al-Shabaab? Do you think we will see more of coordinated effort to counter al-Shabaab?
The international support or coordination has been in place for quite a long time, despite the weaknesses and other significant problems with Somalia's government. But the other countries that support Somalia's government in this effort, whether it's the United States or the Gulf countries, they have no choice. The other option would be to do nothing, not provide the support, and watch as al-Shabaab continues to take territory, continues to improve its warfighting capability, and potentially even invade Mogadishu and overthrow the government. So other countries have no choice, even the United States under President Trump, and we all know President Trump's reluctance to get involved on the ground in other countries, which is a different discussion from things like what President Trump is ordering with regard to Venezuela at the moment. But the United States, even under President Trump, remains deeply involved in supporting anti-terrorism efforts in Somalia. And there's no choice, because the only other option would be don't support the central government in Somalia and watch as al-Shabaab takes over larger amounts of territory.
And what political challenges does Somalia still face in balancing military action with civilian protection?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question to ask now, because it comes days after Israel announced that it would recognize Somaliland, which is a self-governing portion of Somalia that has been self-governing for over 30 years, has had democratic elections, and has a lot of international sympathy. But at the same time, a lot of governments, including President Trump, when he was asked about this a few days ago, they're really reluctant to recognize Somaliland diplomatically because they know it would weaken the government in Mogadishu. And if the government in Mogadishu is weakened, it really would result in significant territorial gains by al-Shabaab, which is not a result that the international community wants, whether that's the United States, the Gulf countries, or other countries nearby in Africa. So the problems of Somalia, which have been going on now for decades, it won't go away, but the key thing here at the moment is a number of countries, including the United States, they remain committed to supporting the central government in Mogadishu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Feingold, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving the focus on to South America, Brazil's Supreme Court has rejected former President Jair Bolsonaro's request to convert his prison sentence for plotting a coup to house arrest. Bolsonaro's lawyers have submitted the request, citing a real risk of a sudden worsening in health for the far-right ex-leader as the reason to serve his 27-year sentence at home. Bolsonaro has been hospitalized for more than a week after undergoing surgery for a groin hernia and then a procedure to treat recurring bouts of hiccups. Bolsonaro is in jail as Brazil's Supreme Court in September found Bolsonaro guilty of conspiring to stay in power after losing 2022 elections to the current president, Lula da Silva. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Ross Feingold. He's a political analyst, joined us live from Taipei. Thank you very much, Mr. Feingold, for staying with us. Now looking at this, what does the Supreme Court's decision, Brazilian Supreme Court's decision, indicate about, this independence in Brazil's political system now, and how do you think what will Bolsonaro's lawyers have to do now?
In regards to the first part of your question, the ultimate result is going to be that this cleavage, this disagreement in Brazilian society will only deepen. Bolsonaro supporters will see this as a political and not a legal or judicial decision. They will see it as a political persecution of Bolsonaro. And Lula, the incumbent president's supporters, will see this as the appropriate decision because of their dislike for Bolsonaro. So that deep disagreement in Brazilian society will not change, and it will only worsen as a result of this decision. With regard to the latter part of your question, as far as what his lawyers are going to do, or his supporters, or his sons who are very involved in Brazilian politics as well, it's very clear what they're going to do. They're going to go to the United States. And President Trump has been very outspoken in his support for Bolsonaro. He's been very outspoken in his dislike for Lula. So in the aftermath of this decision, I think the key thing to watch is, what does President Trump say, and what does the United States government do? What do they do by way of punishing Lula's government? And there are a number of different options that the U.S. government could pursue beyond simply making angry statements, whether that's a spokesperson at the State Department or the White House, or President Trump making statements on social media. There are a number of substantive actions that the United States government could take in the aftermath of this decision, and that really is the key thing to watch for. What is the level of support from the Trump administration for Bolsonaro?
And how is Bolsonaro's imprisonment affecting the political polarization and Brazil's public opinion now?
You used the key word, polarization, and that's the situation in Brazil. And they have a presidential election scheduled for later this year. It's scheduled for October 2026. And Lula initially said he wouldn't seek re-election. Now he's saying, or he's previously said, that he changed his mind. He will seek re-election, and this polarization in Brazilian society is going to deepen. That is very, very clear. And unfortunately, they have an extended period where this cleavage, this polarization will deepen. From today, it's January 1st, all the way up to the presidential election. Whoever wins, the losing side will claim fraud, or they'll claim it was unfair. Their supporters will take to the streets possibly. So the polarization in Brazilian society will be very, very extreme going forward, which is unfortunate given the size of Brazil, not just by population, but its economy and its importance in South America. And it's not good for the region for Brazil to be so polarized.
Thank you for highlighting that. And lastly, just a general question: what are the potential implications for, a democracy when former leaders like Bolsonaro are persecuted for attempting to undermine election results?
We see this in different parts of the world, whether it's a prosecution for undermining election results, or for allegations of corruption. For example, right now in South Korea, the former president is facing legal charges for trying to impose martial law, as well as allegations of corruption against him, as well as his wife, the former first lady. So this is a trend around the world where even in democratic countries, or countries we normally think of as democracies, that former leaders do come under judicial scrutiny and potentially even face criminal charges by their successors. Is that going to change in the near term? No, that's probably the trend, and it's not going to go away.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Ross Feingold for joining us as a political analyst from Taipei. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Europe. Bulgaria has officially entered the Eurozone, with the euro being adopted as the country's currency. The move was marked with fireworks and projections of euro coins in the central bank's building in Sofia. However, Bulgaria becomes the Eurozone's 21st member, lifting the number of people using the single currency to more than 350 million people and granting the country a seat on the European Central Bank's Governing Council. The step comes nearly 2 decades after Bulgaria joined the European Union, though public opinion remains divided amid concerns over prices and ongoing political instability. Let's listen in.
И ние сме в Европа и нашето място е там. Друг въпрос е, че нашата история е доста така трудна, защото се обличаме в някои посоки. Човек, докато е жив, винаги се надява. Правихме социализъм, комунизъм, не го виждам да се е получил. Еврозоната е нашето място, България.
Съвсем обективните причини, заради може би в момента е най-неподходящия момент предвид ситуацията в цяла Европа. Това ми са ми притесненията, иначе не мисля, че някой нещо има против еврото като евро, а неподходящия момент. А и в крайна сметка обезличаването на лева, затриването на лева в рамките на един месец, не мисля, че това е най-доброто.
Ние сме в еврозоната от 2007 година, няма как да искаме, но трябваше, нали, референдум.
Now we move on to our next news. Elon Musk's brain implant company, Neuralink, has announced plans to begin high-volume production of its brain-computer interface devices in 2026, with surgical procedures set to be almost fully automated. The update was shared by Musk on social media, calling the shift a major breakthrough. Meanwhile, the implants already tested in 12 people are designed to help patients with paralysis and neurological conditions communicate and control digital devices. However, Neuralink says the chips can be implanted without removing the brain's protective layer. The move follows major funding and regulatory support as the company looks to rapidly expand human trials. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. A member of Iran's security forces was killed during protests that have swept across the country since last week, local media reports. Several people killed and others injured after an explosion ripped through a bar in the luxury alpine ski resort town of Crans, Montana. In the first 34-year-old New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani takes his oath on a centuries-old Quran. He now becomes the first Muslim, first South Asian, and first African-born person to hold that position. Australia has removed tariffs from all Indian exports to the country, implementing the agreements reached under the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement signed 3 years ago. The United States has carried out strikes against 3 vessels in international waters that were suspected of narco trafficking. According to the U.S. Southern Command, the vessels were traveling as a convoy. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced the withdrawal of National Guard troops from Portland, Chicago, and Los Angeles, hints at stronger comeback in the future. Russian President Vladimir Putin has voiced his confidence on victory in Ukraine, while his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky has warned that peace cannot come at any cost in their respective New Year's addresses to their countries. Elon Musk's brain implant company Neuralink will
ripped through Le Constellation, a popular late-night bar and nightclub in the luxury Swiss ski resort of Crans-Montana. The blast triggered an intense and rapidly spreading fire, and at the moment when the venue is packed with New Year's Eve's revelers, because they were celebrating the passage to the new year, many people were caught inside the smoke, heat, and structural damage that created chaos. Rushed to pull victims from the burning blaze. One has to note that Crans-Montana is one of Switzerland's most prestigious alpine ski destinations in the canton of Valais. And one has to remember quite a while back there was school children in that region, so it's a big shock for all these people. And so the explosion happened shortly after midnight, about 1:30 a.m., as crowds were celebrating and music was playing and the bar remained near capacity.
And how should the local community be prepared when these kind of things happen, especially on such places?
Yes, well, it's not news one wants to hear on New Year's Day, but Swiss emergency services have reacted swiftly, deploying firefighters, rescue helicopters, ambulances, police units, and disaster response teams. The area surrounding the bar has been sealed off, and a no-fly zone is in place to protect operations. Air night and will continue to work throughout the day and days to come, and they want to search for survivors, and so there are a number of people who were injured, and including 2 French people who were killed. So the French president, Emmanuel Macron, has said he's thinking of the victims and the people in this nightclub.
Right. And how should authorities balance while this is still unfolding, the accountability and investigation and transparency in such cases?
Yes, well, they're responding cautiously because police say at this stage there is no evidence of pointing to terrorism. So early working hypotheses suggest the explosion may have been linked to an accidental ignition, possibly involving gas or technical equipment used during New Year's Eve festivities. Forensic teams and structural experts are examining the site, but authorities warn it could take time to reach firm conclusions due to the level of destruction. So really, so there are about 100 people who were inside at the time. So current estimates suggest that about 40 people have died, although authorities continue to stress that the toll remains provisional as identification continues. So approximately 100 others have been injured, and many of them suffering from severe burns, smoke inhalation, or trauma injuries. Several of the wounded are in critical condition, and hospitals across the region have mobilized specialized burn and trauma units. So it's really a tragic incident that happened on New Year's Day.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Seal, for joining us on New Year's and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Now we move on to next news to North America. The United States Coast Guard is searching for survivors of a U.S. military strike against a convoy of suspected drug vessels in the Pacific Ocean. According to the U.S. military's Southern Command, the military had carried out a strike against 3 vessels, 3 narco-terrorists aboard the first vessel that were killed in the first engagement, and the remaining narco-terrorists abandoned the other 2 vessels, jumping overboard and distancing themselves before follow-on engagements sank their respective vessels. President Donald Trump's administration has carried out more than 30 strikes against suspected drug boats in the Caribbean and Pacific since September in a campaign that has killed at least 110 people. Guard is searching for survivors of a U.S. military strike against a convoy of suspected drug vessels in the Pacific Ocean. According to the U.S. military's Southern Command, the military had carried out a strike against 3 vessels, 3 narco-terrorists aboard the first vessel were killed in the first engagement, and the remaining narco-terrorists abandoned the other 2 vessels, jumping overboard and distancing themselves before follow-on engagements sank their respective vessels. President Donald Trump's administration has carried out more than 30 strikes against suspected drug boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific since September in a campaign that has killed at least 110 people. The United for survivors of a U.S. military strike against a convoy of suspected drug vessels in the Pacific Ocean. According to the U.S. military's Southern Command, the military had carried out a strike against 3 vessels. 3 narco-terrorists aboard the first vessel were killed in the first engagement, and the remaining narco-terrorists abandoned the other 2 vessels, jumping overboard and distancing themselves before follow-on engagements sank their respective vessels. President Donald Trump's administration has carried out more than 30 strikes against suspected drug boats in the Caribbean and Pacific since September in a campaign that has killed at least 110 people. The United States Coast Guard is searching for survivors of a U.S. military strike against a convoy of suspected drug vessels in the Pacific Ocean. According to the U.S. military's Southern Command, the military had carried out a strike against 3 vessels. 3 narco-terrorists aboard the first vessel were killed in the first engagement, and the remaining narco-terrorists abandoned the other 2 vessels, jumping overboard and distancing themselves before follow-on engagements sank their respective vessels. President Donald Trump's administration has carried out more than 30 strikes against suspected drug boats in the Caribbean and Pacific since September in a campaign that has killed at least 110 people. The United States Coast Guard is searching for survivors of a U.S. military strike. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Matti Zweig. He's a geopolitical commentator, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Happy New Year, Mr. Zweig, and thank you for joining us once again. Now, looking at the continued strikes on these drug vessels in Pacific, by U.S., how feasible, or do you think this is a long-term solution for alleged terrorists and narco trafficking from U.S.'s perspective?
Well, it was clearly a big change in the way the United States treat this threat, because it's a threat. It's a threat, of course, for all the world and also for the United States, especially for the quantities of drugs that are entering the U.S. soil. Okay, how the U.S. treat all this drug trafficking inside their country is one thing, but this is another thing. This is part, not only an effort of the drug traffickers, but also an effort of the drug traffickers that they are inside the government of Venezuela. So it's a mixed question. Trump wants the world not to talk about an invasion or not to talk about attacking the sovereign country of Venezuela. So he say, I am fighting the narco-terrorists, which is true. But in the background, we understand that he's trying to make a regime change for all what it means Venezuela today. A major narco state connected with Iran and terrorists in the world, and a legitimate government that lose the election, but they are still in power, repressing their own people, with their people in big parts for millions that they left the country, and the ones that they are still inside, they are suffering for many shortenings like medicaments and everything. So from all these geopolitical questions, he's trying to change like a domino the reality. I mean, trying to undermine Maduro's Venezuela, changing the regime, and then as a domino, maybe it's going to change also in Cuba and Nicaragua. So this is a short-term and middle-term strategy for Trump, but that's what he's doing now, pressing and pressing in the coast and attacking the vessels, not just stopping them, but treating them as terrorists. That's the strategy.
Yes. And how do you think what will be this regional, how do you think this will be affecting U.S.'s relationship with the region and also the countries that you have, labeled for us right now?
This is very interesting because since the 70s, it has been a very big anti-American sentiment in Latin America, political anti-American sentiment, because the United States, they were part of the efforts to topple the guerrillas and the communist parties or movements, installing dictators in Latin America, and people remember that. So even if they are against Maduro, they wouldn't like American troops to enter Venezuela. But today things have changed so much, and such a rich country like Venezuela is becoming so poor now and repressing their own people that even some of the countries are agreeing with Trump that he must be very harsh on them, except countries that they're afraid of that, and they're also against Trump, like Petro from Colombia and other countries, but this is changing now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zweig, for sharing that. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our later discussion as well. Now we move on. Thank you. Now we move on to Europe. Pope Leo has held a mass at St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican to mark the World Day of Peace. The service was attended by thousands of faithful and highlighted a message of hope, mercy, and global harmony. In his homily, the Pope reflected on the Jubilee year as a powerful sign of God's plan for humanity and contrasted it with worldly strategies and conflict of greed. The Pope had thanked everyone who helped welcome pilgrims throughout 2025, helping make Rome a welcoming place during the Jubilee. Also, the Pope called for the spirit of peace and grace to continue into the new year. Now we move on to Middle East. The Israeli military has reported that one Palestinian was killed earlier today in the occupied West Bank. The incident occurred after soldiers opened fire on stone-throwing individuals near the village of Luban al-Sharqiyya in Nablus. 2 other people were also hit, and the military described them as terrorists, claiming the stone-throwing was part of an ambush. Palestinian authorities have identified the victim as 26-year-old Khatab al-Sarhan. Israeli forces had earlier blocked main roads into the village following a series of tensions in the area. According to the UN, over 1,000 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank between October 2023 and October 2025, while 57 Israelis have also lost their lives in Palestinian attacks. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Matti Zweig. He's a geopolitical commentator, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Zweig, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, what more can you tell us about this differing narratives of this Palestinian and Israeli side?
Well, this is very different from what you see in Gaza, because what is called the so-called Palestinian state, or the wishes of many people to have a Palestinian independent state, is divided into different territories. One is on the west of Israel, which is the West Bank, and west, the word west is because it was west of Jordan and not west of Israel, but anyway, it's called the West Bank, Judea and Samaria for Israelis. And the other one is Gaza, that is in the southern part of Israel, and there are no earth connections between them. And you know, everything that is happening in Gaza and everything that has been happening since the wild attack on the Israeli population in October 7th, 23. But the question in the other side, in the West Bank, is different. There you have the reign of the PA. And the Palestinian Authority there is part of the Oslo Accord since 1992, 1993. And they have 3 different territories in that area. They are called A, B, and C. One with full commitment and responsibility of the Palestinians. The second one is mixed. And the third one is called Area C. It's in the hands of Israel. And I mean about the security. And of course, in this territory, you have Israeli settlements and Palestinian people. And in all these areas, there have been all the time a lot of movements to fight against the Israelis and the Israeli soldiers. And here and there, they succeed. But usually, because Israel is inside, not like in Gaza, so they try to cope in a very fast way for not to leave the terrorist attacks to succeed. So that's what happened in this case. Is one more, because there is a political blockade of everything that is happening, not only between Israelis and Palestinians, but between Palestinians themselves. They are very afraid that the PA will lose the gap of the society there. So sometimes they are helping the Israelis for security, and sometimes themselves they are attacking other Palestinian factions, and sometimes Israel is in clashes with them. And in the middle of all this, you have hundreds of thousands of Israelis that in the last 50 years have been building their settlements. But this is in discord with the world, because the world is pushing for a Palestinian state. Let's not forget that this has been, for thousands of years, a land with Jewish, that they were expelled or massacred from that area. So things are not so simple. They are not black and white, and they are part of wider conflict that is the beginning or not of a real Palestinian state, or an end to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians.
Right. And do you think that Palestine and Israel is ready to move to the second phase of Gaza ceasefire now?
Well, this is not Palestinians and Israelis. This is Israel with Gaza Strip. And Gaza Strip and their second phase is not ready because Hamas is not ready. Hamas is a terrorist Islamist movement that is trying to stay in power in Gaza. The second phase is also composed by the international coalition that they still didn't do it. Not Trump, and not Indonesia, and not Pakistan, and not anyone. They're just talking about it. So when they're going to be serious about that, maybe also the Israeli army is going to be deployed different, or to confront the terrorists in a different way. But until they don't dismantle Hamas, the second phase is not going to occur.
Thank you for sharing that insight and joining us, Mr. Matti Zweig from Tel Aviv. Now we move on to India. The Indian rupee has started this year with a slight decline, weighed down by ongoing dollar demand from corporates. The rupee opened lower at 89.9.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
first thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Asuma Katauka. Tonight we turn to the United States, where President Donald Trump has announced the withdrawal of National Guard troops from several major U.S. cities, marking what many are calling the end of a prolonged political and legal standoff. Let's break it down. On Wednesday, President Donald Trump said he is removing National Guard troops from Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland. The move comes after a series of legal setbacks, including a Supreme Court decision that blocked the federal deployment of the National Guard in Illinois. Trump has claimed the troops had greatly reduced crime, but added a warning that he would not hesitate to redeploy them if crime begins to soar again. So, is this the end of a standoff? In practical terms, yes. Courts have made it clear that the president cannot unilaterally deploy National Guard troops for domestic operations unless civil authorities can no longer enforce the law. President Trump did not invoke the Insurrection Act, which would have allowed direct law enforcement powers. As a result, most troops were limited to guarding federal buildings and providing support roles. But why were these troops deployed in the first place? The deployments began after protests against mass immigration enforcement raids. Trump has argued that Democratic-led cities were suffering from out-of-control crime and disorder, that local leaders had failed. Democratic governors pushed back, calling the move political theater and a dangerous overreach of federal power. To understand the controversy, it helps to understand what the National Guard is and what it is not. The National Guard is a dual-role force. It serves governors for state emergencies like natural disasters and unrest, and it serves the president for federal missions and overseas deployment. Guard members are citizen soldiers with civilian jobs and lives. Crucially, they do not police civilians unless the Insurrection Act is invoked. Which brings us to the key question: did the National Guard actually reduce crime? Nationally, the data suggests crime was already falling. The FBI's 2024 Uniform Crime Report found violent crime went down 4.5%, property crime down 8.1%. A 2025 city-level study showed violent crime continued to decline in the first half of the year. In short, there was no national crime emergency. So why did the perception differ? Survey data from the American Communities Project shows attitudes about crime vary widely by location. In 2024, gun violence and crime ranked below issues like inflation, taxes, healthcare, homelessness, and drug addiction. Only one group, African American South counties, had more than 30% citing crime as a top concern. Most rural communities reported very low concern. What about cities with troops? In Washington, D.C., crime including homicide did fall during the deployment, but experts warn this does not prove cause and effect. Troops are stationed mainly in tourist areas, guarding buildings and providing visibility, not targeting high-crime hotspots. Criminologists say a visible uniformed presence can create a short-term different effect, but they also warn it is temporary and highly inefficient. And then there is the cost. Washington, D.C. alone, more than $200 million. Los Angeles, another $118 million. When you add Chicago, Portland, and Memphis, total costs could approach 2/3 of $1 billion. All for a strategy with limited short-term impact. Critics say this raised serious governance and rights issues. State leaders argued the deployments undermined federalism, escalated tensions, and normalized military presence in civilian life. Courts appear to have agreed. In the end, this was never just about crime. It was about power between states and Washington, security and civil liberties, perception and data. The troops are leaving for now, but the questions this episode raised about governance, law, and the use of force at home are far from settled. To discuss all of this and more, we are joined by Mr. Matthew Vadum. Thank you very much, Mr. Matthew Vadum, for joining us once again, and Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Thank you for joining us. For the viewers, Mr. Vadum is an American journalist and author, joins us live from Washington, D.C. Now, going into my first question, Mr. Vadum, what do you make of President Trump's move, and what could be the reason behind it?
Well, it's pretty clear that President Trump is withdrawing the National Guard troops from Chicago, Portland, Oregon, and Los Angeles because he lost court cases. And most importantly, on December the 23rd, I think it was, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled against his deployment in Chicago, Illinois, saying that he could not, under federal law, call up the National Guard in Illinois to, when it was still possible for the laws to be executed, for the laws to be enforced. There wasn't enough of a breakdown in law and order in Illinois, so the Supreme Court voted, I think it was 6-3, to say that he couldn't do that. So it was that loss at the Supreme Court that I think made the U.S. Department of Justice rethink their position and realize that it was untenable, and they decided this week to withdraw from those three cities. Now, President Trump has still deployed the National Guard in Washington, D.C. itself. Significantly, Washington, D.C. is not a state, it's a federal enclave. And it doesn't, it doesn't exercise state sovereignty. It can't make its own decisions 100%. And the president is commander-in-chief of the D.C. National Guard. So for the time being, the courts have allowed the deployment there to continue. Now, these deployments have not. Crime has been cutting down on crime has been offered as a justification, but the primary reason for these deployments was not to clamp down on crime in general. It was to protect federal immigration authorities who came under violent attack by leftist groups such as Antifa for doing their job and trying to enforce immigration law. Many of these leftists, have responded violently when Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, has come in and tried to deport illegal alien criminals and just plain old illegal aliens, and they have laid siege to ICE offices throughout the country, and President Trump took the position that was interfering with federal immigration law enforcement, and so that's why the primary reason why these deployments of the National Guard by President Trump were ordered. So I think that point needed some clarification.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Vadum. And to my second question, were federal political priorities put over local safety in this whole saga? What's your take?
I say the question again, that what federal politics did to local politics?
Yes.
Well, Federal law is supreme to state and local law, and President Trump decided it was an important national priority that his immigration enforcement agenda, which is deporting illegal aliens, was prioritized, and that doesn't prevent state and local police from enforcing their respective laws, but this added a new element because states, according to President Trump, states and localities were not helping. In fact, they were being distinctly unhelpful in federal efforts to enforce immigration laws. So that's why President Trump federalized National Guard troops and sent them to the various locales in the United States.
Thank you for highlighting that. And lastly, Mr. Vadim, Trump said that crime is all-time high in these cities, but data from his own administration suggested that violent crime. New Year's Eve celebrations in the upscale Swiss ski resort. New Year's Eve celebrations in the upscale Swiss ski resort of Crans-Montana. Eyewitnesses described chaotic scenes as bystanders rushed to pull injured people away from the flames. Nearby bars and restaurants remained open to provide emergency shelter. Ambulances transported the injured to medical facilities in the nearby Mubra region, while those with more severe injuries were then taken to hospitals farther afar. Now joining me is reporter Shabaab. Early reports suggest that dozens of people were killed and around 100 others injured, most of them seriously injured after a fire tore through a packed bar during a New Year's Eve celebration in the upscale Swiss ski resort. Now for this, we are joined by reporter Marisha Barve from NewsX World. Thank you, Marisha, for joining us. What more can you tell us about this ongoing investigation and the accident that has occurred in a Swiss resort?
Yes, well, Asma, to give you and our viewers a little bit more context about what exactly happened now, this is rather a very tragic incident that has happened. Something that was meant to start off as a celebration has now transcended into rather one of the most tragic instances that Switzerland has faced. And specifically, let's talk about the location that it has taken place. It's happened at Crans-Montana. It is a French-speaking civilization in the Swiss Alps. That is where the fire took place. Now, the more details about it is the casualties. Now, this happened at a resort called Le Constellation. Now, it has 2 levels. And this resort is known to be popular. It's known for its big celebrations that it hosts. And to also give you and our viewers rather a little bit more insight into the events that led up to this, is that Switzerland had, and especially this small town called Crans-Montana, they actually banned fireworks for New Year's just because to avoid any fire situations. But the investigation is still ongoing, what caused this tragic fire. And yeah, that is the background, Asuma, of this whole fire. If you look at the casualties, the youngest patient is aged to be 16 years old, and the average of the age that has been injured and that has been victim to this blaze is from the age gap of 16 to 26. So this is a severe injury, dire situation that has come about very unfortunately on New Year's Eve, transcending into the New Year.
Right. And Marisha, furthermore, how is the coordination going on between the emergency forces or emergency crew and people around who were who are helping with this investigation?
Yes, well, the intensity of this incident has been huge. It is a tragic situation, which obviously requires special care, special forces, special emergency aid situations that will look into the safety and the recovery of these casualties. Now, dozens have died, while hundreds are still in the hospital. Many were rushed. Around 22 people are in severe condition in a hospital called Lausanne University Hospital. The University Hospital of Zurich is treating around 12 casualties, while emergency response has been huge. There has been a mass deployment of helicopters, of ambulances, of emergency aid teams. The current priority of this situation is in fact to treat the injured, to make sure that the death toll does not rise, to identify victims and connect them back to their families. Many of these were students, like we all know, many of them were students who were at the LA Constellation for a New Year's party, and that transpired into a tragic event. Now, the cause, like I mentioned before, is still under investigation. The suspect of what caused the blaze is still under talks. Obviously, there are some reports that do say that there was apparently a candle that caused the blaze, but again, nothing has been confirmed yet. It is still under inspection. The recovery has been unfortunately dire, because severe burns that were caused to the patients have made the recovery or identifying who the victims were very hard, because of the severe burns that were inflicted on the bodies of our victims. And yes, Asma, unfortunately, we do hope that aid reaches all those injured on time. We hope that the death toll does not rise, and obviously we do hope that freak accidents like these do not take place in the future, because it's causing a huge and mass effect on that of the population. And for it to happen at the Trans-Montana city in Switzerland, it's
Yes.
rather unfortunate situation.
Thank you for
So the
emphasizing.
district is closed and investigation and recovery operations are still underway.
Thank you for emphasizing that, Marisha. Please stay with us as we come back to you. Now, moving on to Ukraine and Russia. Russia has said that it has extracted and decoded a file from an alleged Ukrainian drone downed earlier this week. Russia now claims that it can prove that the missile targeted Russian presidential residence. Furthermore, Moscow has accused Kyiv of trying to strike President Vladimir Putin's residence in the Novgorod region with 91 long-range drones. Russia has also said the information would be shared with the United States and could influence ongoing peace talks. Ukraine and Western countries disputed the claim, with U.S. officials reportedly finding no evidence the drone targeted Putin's residence. Kyiv has criticized and called the Russian allegation as disinformation, saying that it is aimed to drive a wedge between Ukraine and Washington after a recent meeting between Trump and Zelensky. Now, for this discussion, we welcome back Ms. Marisha Barve. She's my colleague and reporter from NewsX World. Thank you, Marisha, for staying with us. What more can you tell us about these reports coming in from Russia?
Yes, well, Asuma, a lot is happening in Russia and Ukraine. Every day seems to be a new escalation. Every day seems to be a new tragedy. Every day seems to be a stop point of diplomacy and global peace. Now, let's first focus on the fact that Russia and Ukraine are in the midst of peace talks. This was a US brokered peace talk, and looking at how it's going, there's barely any resolution. In fact, there is more conflict that is being added to this. Russia has threatened to retaliate against Ukraine after alleging nearly 100 drones were targeted to Russian President Putin's residence. The threat was officially made on Monday, earlier this week, and was made as United States President Donald Trump tries to broker yet another peace agreement to end the war in Ukraine. Now, even after talks with Zelensky, Ukraine stands strong on their point that they will not be looking at any sort of compromise on territorial concessions. Now, this war with Ukraine and Russia has entered its 5th year now in February. But also to tell you a little bit more about the attack that has happened in itself, around 91 Ukrainian drones, 49 downed over the Bryansk region. Over one drone was downed in around that area, and 41 over Novgorod. Now, Novgorod is the place where Russian President Putin stays. Now, Russia has shown evidence. Russia has shown videos of the drone fragments, claiming that the drones had explosive fragments in it, but Kyiv dismisses all of these reports. Ukraine has said that they have nothing to do with this. They have denied any sort of connection with regards to this attack on Putin's residence. The Kremlin went ahead, made a statement saying that they have all the required documentations to prove that Ukraine is the aggregator this time.
Right. And how do you analyze, or what is to come now? Will there be another meeting between Ukraine, Russia? Ukraine and US, and then US and Russia?
Well, Asma, if you're talking about diplomacy right now, we've been hoping for peace. We have been seeing the US brokering constant peace agreements between them, but neither Russia nor Ukraine is willing to comply. Both of them have their own points that they do not want to compromise on. But considering that US intelligence reportedly concludes no attack on Putin's residence, Trump has initially expressed concerns, but he later appeared skeptical after the briefing. Russian officials claim that the attack could obviously impact the US-led peace talks. A lot of comments coming from analysts who are studying this situation, studying the overall looks of the diplomacy, saying that Russia is using allegations to shape US and European perception. Now, when Ukraine says that no, they have not been the aggregators, no, they have not attacked Putin's residence, this will be backed by the EU. All of them will stand in solidarity with Ukraine, and which they have. Many global leaders have spoken about this situation. For example, India's Prime Minister Modi, he recently put out a statement about this. Now, diplomacy hangs. We still are looking at peace processes. Trump's 28-point plan requires Ukrainian territorial concessions, which Ukraine is unwilling to comply to. There have been multiple, if we're being honest, there have been multiple rounds of talks between Russia, between Ukraine, between the US, who's brokering these peace talks in the middle of it. US is playing a mediator.
Yes.
But yes, Asma, diplomacy still hangs. We do hope for a peace deal as soon as possible.
Thank you, Marisha, for sharing that. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on, staying in US, President Donald Trump has said that his administration is removing National Guard troops from Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland. The announcement was made in a Truth Social post on Wednesday. Trump has said federal forces could return if crime rises in those cities. The deployment began earlier last year amid protests and were justified then by the administration as necessary to fight crime and protect federal property. Local leaders and Democrats have opposed the move, saying the deployments were unnecessary and an example of federal overreach. Meanwhile, courts repeatedly ruled against the administration, and judges said there was no evidence troops were needed to protect federal property. Yesterday, a federal appeals court has ordered California National Guard troops returned to Governor Gavin Newsom's control. Last month, the U.S. Supreme Court blocked Trump's attempt to deploy Guard troops in Illinois, saying that such authority applies only in exceptional cases. Now we move on to Asia. Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te has said that the island is determined to defend its sovereignty and boost its defense in the face of China's increasing expansionism. After Beijing fired rockets towards the island as part of military drills, Lai's speech came just 2 days after the Chinese exercises named Justice Mission 2025. China has fired dozens of rockets towards Taiwan and deployed a large number of warships and aircraft near the island. In a show of force, the drills drew concern from Western allies, including the European Commission and Britain. Now for this, we welcome back my colleague and reporter, Marisha Barve. Thank you, Marisha, for staying with us. What more can you tell us about this situation?
Yes, well, Asma, drills in the Taiwan Strait between China and Taiwan are nothing new. This has been going on for quite some time. This comes as multiple rounds of drills between the two nations have taken place, where China is obviously showing its power play. It sure is showing its control over the Taiwan Strait. Now, like you mentioned, this new set of drills which China has started, which China has asserted in the Taiwan Strait, is known as the Justice Mission of 2025. The drills involve coordinated operations by China's Army, Navy, and Air Force and rocket units, signaling not just military strength, but a calculated strategic message to Taiwan, the United States, and Japan. This is not an escalation as such, but it definitely is a message that China is trying to send to these global powers, to the US, to Japan, to Taiwan in itself. Now, in response, Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te has defended the democratic island by saying that he will be protecting Taiwan's sovereignty over everything, and that this comes as he addressed in his New Year's speech, where he says that China carried out these certain military drills. Beijing launched missiles, and dozens of fighter jets were also launched. Navy ships and coast guards were also deployed to the Taiwan Strait for weeks, and it encircled Taiwan as an island. And these exercises were condemned by Taipei as highly provocative. What we are debating now is that, is this just practice, or is China actually trying to wage war in the midst of all of this? Now, to give a little bit more context, around this is the sixth major military drill that China has pushed forth ever since the year 2022. The drills, like I mentioned, include naval, aerial, and missile exercises to demonstrate the encirclement. US arms package is also part of what has aggregated the drills, is because you see the US and China being in a very diplomatic tie, whilst Trump also did sign an arms deal with Taiwan, providing armed protection, providing weapons to Taiwan. So this leaves a question mark about where does US truly stand? Is it on the side of China, or is it supporting Taiwan? Now, this mediation of the US is causing a bit of a drama in that sphere, because we don't know who and what US's standpoint is in the midst of all of this. So yes, Asma, that is what is the situation with regards to the drills.
Right, and continued or increasing the U.S. support towards Taiwan is adding fuel to the fire.
It definitely is adding fuel to the fire. According to reports, if you look at it from the view, can be afforded in a situation as such, the strategic timeline is something to be noted for, where US planners see 2027 as earliest possible, where China could invade. It's a window that has been given by analysts, but yet you cannot confirm it, of course. From the regional standpoint, Japan, US, and other allies closely monitor the Taiwan Strait. And from, again, analyst point of view, she faces temptation to act in 2026, but war carries huge risks. That's why you don't see neither Taiwan nor China aggregating into war as such. The key point of conflict is that conflict remains high. The risk is still high, but most experts see the invasion unlikely this year. But this is just what the analysts have to say.
Yes, Marisha,
but yes, Asma.
Marisha, thank you very much for sharing that. Now we move on to our next news. Iran has executed at least 1,500 people in 2025, a significant rise in capital punishment, according to the Iran's human rights group. This marks the highest number in 35 years amid these protests, which have intensified over high inflation and a collapsing currency. The first fatality from the unrest has occurred in Qudashid, where 21-year-old Amir Hossam Khodaryari Fard, a besieged militia member, was killed. Iran's government faces growing pressure with rising inflation and Western sanctions crippling the economy. In a shift from previous responses, President Pezeshkian has called for dialogue with union leaders, while police flooded the streets to contain the protests. With that, it's a wrap on the newsroom. Keep watching NewsX World for more breaking updates.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's start with a check of the top headlines this hour. A member of Iran's security forces was killed during protests that have swept across the country since last week, as per local media reports. Several people killed and others injured after an explosion ripped through a bar in the luxury alpine ski resort town of Crans, Montana. In a first, 34-year-old New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani takes his oath on a centuries-old Quran. He now becomes the first Muslim, first South Asian and first African-born person to hold that position. Australia has removed tariffs from all Indian exports to the country, implementing the agreements reached under the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement signed 3 years ago. The United States has carried out strikes against 3 vessels in international waters that were suspected of narco-trafficking, according to the U.S. Southern Command. The vessels were traveling as a convoy. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced the withdrawal of National Guard troops from Portland, Chicago and Los Angeles, hints at stronger comeback in the future. Russian President Vladimir Putin voiced his confidence on victory in Ukraine, while his Ukrainian counterpart Zelensky warned that peace cannot come at any cost. Elon Musk's brain implant company Neuralink will start high-volume production of brain-computer interface devices and move to an entirely automated surgical procedure in 2026. Alright viewers, let's start with some breaking news now coming in from the US. According to the USGS, the National Earthquake Information Center, a magnitude 5.6 earthquake has struck a region in Alaska, 108 kilometers north of Yakutat. The depth of the hypocenter is about 5 kilometers. It has also been reported that there is no tsunami danger from this earthquake. Right, and moving ahead now, Russian Defense Ministry has said that its air defense systems have intercepted and destroyed 168 Ukrainian unmanned aerial vehicles over Russian regions overnight. This comes as President Vladimir Putin has used his annual televised New Year's address to rally his troops fighting in Ukraine and has said that he believed in victory in a war that he has framed as part of an existential struggle with the West. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky has said that Ukraine wanted to end the war, but not at any cost, adding he would not want or sign a weak peace agreement that would only prolong the war. Right, joining me now in the discussion is Dr. Gilbert Doctorow. He's a Russian affairs expert and joins us from Brussels. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Doctorow, for joining me, and we extend you a very warm New Year greeting. Dr. Doctorow, what's your assessment? New Year's, new strikes. Where is this even ending?
Well, it's not surprising. The war is going on. Despite all the talk between Trump and Zelensky and Putin, the fact is that the war is going on. And that the two sides at war are in no position and no interest in compromise. If there were, the Ukrainians are clearly losing the battle. Even the major German newspaper, Die Welt, came out in the past week with remarks that the war is lost and that Europe should face those cruel facts and change its policies towards Russia. Despite that, Europe has given Mr. Zelensky every reason to continue the war.
Yes.
He has the funds, he has the backing. So we will go on.
All right, and that's in fact my next question to you. How are you seeing the Europe's push to Zelensky, and do you think that's really helpful for the peace dialogue?
The peace dialogue is a figment of the imagination of the global media, which is fed by Mr. Trump, who wants to position himself as a candidate for the Nobel Prize. This is all understandable, but it doesn't bring the world any closer to peace. So I don't believe that negotiations will produce any results. The results will be produced on the battlefield, and they will not be conclusive in the sense of Ukraine suffering a knockout blow, capitulating and so forth. No, there will be an end to fighting because the Russians will achieve their territorial ambitions which have a single purpose, to protect their own security and to ensure that Ukraine will not be cannot be turned into a security threat to their country. So it will end inconclusively, but satisfactory to the Russians in their own terms.
What do you think is going to be the end of it all? Is this going to remain the status quo for a very long time to come? Is this going to be how Israel is continuing to fight its wars for years and years and years? Or you've said time and again there will be no breakthrough. It will be a halted conflict. It will continue to go on. What's your assessment?
Well, the position of the Europeans will change. What Die Welt has come up with is overpowering. The problem that prevents recognition of that truth now is that so many of European politicians have invested their political capital in a narrative which shows Ukraine victorious, or at worst, Ukraine able to defend itself, and inviting some Western support. That narrative will collapse before our eyes in the coming 6 months. So there will be a change. Things will not remain as they are. However, that said, it will be a frozen conflict. It will go on for decades, but it will be manageable, containable.
She was wanting to talk to Emmanuel.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Doctor, for this discussion. And with that, viewers, we're now going to proceed. Now, let's tell you that the UK government is indicating its second highest annual total of small boat migrant arrivals, with more than 41,000 people reaching England's southern coast of 2025. Now, Home Office data shows the figure is just below the record set in 2022, which highlights continued pressure on authorities to handle irregular crossings across the English Channel. The final figures are expected to be confirmed later today. The tally comes amid growing political tension as anti-immigration party Reform UK, led by Brexit campaigner Nigel Farage, gains momentum ahead of key local elections in May. Migration has become a central issue in the national debate. Moreover, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is facing increasing scrutiny over the government's response, with Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood proposing to reduce refugee protections and also end automatic benefits for asylum seekers. Additionally, under a recent returns deal with France, some migrants have already been sent back across the Channel, although numbers remain limited. Joining me in this discussion now is retired Major General Dr. Rajan Kochhar. He is an international relations expert from New Delhi. Thank you, Dr. Kochhar, for joining me once again. Now, UK continues to shield economic fugitives. We have some there in India, from India also, who are sharing videos and rejoicing, mocking Indian authorities. But it does not want to give asylum seekers any protection. It doesn't want to give refugees any protection. Do you think it needs to assess its migration policies with more depth?
Thank you, Kriti. The problem in this the immigration issue is rampant in many countries. What we are observing, UK is one of them, predominantly Canada, United States, other countries, and in UK itself, UK has a population of around 68 million, and out of that, approximately 11.4 million are the people living in UK who have been born outside UK. So approximately 16 to 19% is the immigration population, and as per the data of 2025, there are almost 1 million illegal immigrants in the United States. You see, unfortunately, why a check on this immigration is not actually happening is a large number of reasons. The security machinery, I could say, from France as well as the UK is actually inadequate to detect these people. Second aspect is that they are paying money, and corruption is there on both sides, France as well as the UK, and they are able to come through the waters, because these small boats, it's almost 80 to 90% of the immigration, illegal immigration is taking place. They do not have deterrence-based policies, because the crux of the problem is that even if these illegal immigrants get caught, the punishment or the actions which are taken against them are not stringent, because they have their basically offshore processing proposals. asylum laws are not very conducive to actually prevent this. And certain factors. See, we'll have to see that why these people are coming inside, because that is also relevant to the discussion, that why people see Great Britain or UK as a lucrative destination for coming. Firstly is that of the ethnicity factor, you find their own relatives, everybody is staying there. So they feel comfortable in this environment because the environment is their own environment. Second is economic collapse is taking place in the other regions of the world like Africa, South Asia, Middle East. So these people are also finding it easier to come here. Then smuggling networks are there, and ingenious methods of smuggling them inside UK is also being adopted. And this government, since it has taken over, has had a tremendous pressure on itself to curb this migration. And the asylum infrastructure which is available also is a problem because of local authorities are also facing a problem due to administrative stress and the fiscal stress, because there'll be court cases involved. You'll have to keep them in a particular place, and these court cases also linger on because till such time a judgment is actually given, these people cannot be deported. So I think from the strategic point of view, the European Union can play an important role, because that kind of coordination, if you can have with that because France and Great Britain bilaterally are not able to come to a congenial agreement to actually curb this thing, and stringent laws are also required now, because deterrence is not there, and people know at the most there will be a penalty or something like that, they'll be deported. So if you have stringent punishments, you putting them into prisons and for a longer time, and a strong legal action actually taken against them, this will remain a vulnerability in the United Kingdom.
All right, that was a very comprehensive response. Thank you, Dr. Kochhar, for our viewers. But do stay on with me. Now, Indian tobacco stocks still slid after the government induced a new cigarette tax, driving up costs for about 100 million smokers in the world's most populous country. Market leader ITC, maker of Gold Flake, slid 9.2%, while Godfrey Phillips India, which distributes Marlboro, plunged 14.1%. ITC shares traded at $4.06, their lowest since April 2023, heading for their worst day in almost 6 years, while Godfrey Phillips faced its sharpest drop since November 2016. Meanwhile, India's finance ministry announced an excise duty of $25 to $103 per 1,000 cigarettes based on length, effective from February 1. Dr. Kochhar, what's your assessment?
It is that, first of all, this has been a policy of the government, because it actually affects the health of the
luxury
nation.
tax, demerit goods tax,
Hello.
Please go on.
Okay. So you see, government policy has been that it is detrimental to the health of our population, where large number of people are smokers in our country. Second thing is that cigarette taxes have not kept pace with the inflation in recent years, and therefore effectively cigarettes are more affordable, I would say, in legal terms. Secondly, India the government has a long-term commitment to reduce tobacco consumption in the country because it is a health issue which I actually mentioned to you. This market is bound to react because it is going to impact the sales initially, but I think the people who are addicts or who resort to smoking on a regular basis and who can afford it, I don't think there'll be a reduction in the consumption. People may change their brands from a more expensive to a lower expensive brands. Companies may also resort to dynamic marketing strategies because as a management expert, I can tell you that whenever price rise takes place, companies also adopt different marketing strategies in order to sell their cigarettes. They may say that if you buy 3 packets, you'll get 1 free, something like that.
But then doesn't that defeat the entire purpose of the higher tax rates? If the idea is to deter more smokers, and then the marketing companies devise ways around it to have more customers buy these products, cigarettes, demerit goods. What should the government really do to address the challenge of health issues, like you said, that come from smoking?
See, I think government needs to invest more on education, more in the social media, and a blitzkrieg kind of a campaign should be launched right from the schools and colleges, because once you pick up a habit, and normally one picks up this habit either in school or college, you tend to take this habit on to your adult stage, and I don't think there are very many smokers who gave up smoking after starting on this thing. The percentage would be not more than 10%. So a problem here is that government can only do that much. People have to get conscious of this move of the government and need to realize that why government is doing that, because without the support of the people, government is not able to enforce much, because you know what the government can do. At the most, it can increase the tax to actually make it more. These people from the poor people from cigarettes, they will migrate to BDs. You see, these all manipulations will take.
Would you say that the government could also, impose certain kind of penalties on the manufacturers instead of having the burden entirely on the consumers?
See, government has already, you know, how much penalty can you enforce? Either you stop this consumption in the country, but government is also wanting taxes.
Yeah.
Because government is also wanting revenue. See, the same thing happens with liquor also. Liquor also, you have seen some states, it is prohibited, like Gujarat does not allow any liquor shops or sale of liquor in Gujarat. Even movement of passengers from one state to another, if you are going through Gujarat, cannot carry liquor with them. So these are some of
marking a 0.1% drop. The currency's performance in 2025 was marked by a significant 4.72% decline, its worst showing since 2022. Trading volumes were low due to New Year holidays, leaving routine flows.
It is not only the center, because you can impose tax on the manufacturer. You are ensuring that a manufacturer will try to reduce his manufacturing capacity. But at the same time, you also have to look at the people who are employed in these industries. A large number of people are going to be employed in the industry, and if you impact the manufacturers also, you are leading to more unemployment, because they may resort to retrenchment. So you see, it's a very, very connected social problem, because it is not only reducing or imposing penalty on the cigarette manufacturers, it is also the public awareness, because in case the people realize that it's not a good thing to have, and if the parents can enforce it, if the teachers can enforce it, and if the mentors can enforce this kind of awareness, only then I think this has to be like a mass movement, and it has to be social media can be a part of it, Instagram, WhatsApp, Twitter, and things like this. But I'm not very convinced that penalties need to be imposed on the manufacturer.
All right, sure. Thank you then, Dr. Kocher, for joining me in this discussion. And with that, we're now going to proceed to some news from Amsterdam in Netherlands, where a fire has broken out at a historic church during New Year celebrations, prompting evacuations in a busy residential area. Video of the scene show flames and thick smoke rising from the steeple of the Wonderkerk, a heritage church located near the popular Wonder Park. Local authorities evacuated dozens of nearby homes after burning debris fell from the structure, raising safety concerns for residents. Dutch media reports that emergency crews worked through the night to contain the blaze and prevent it from spreading to surrounding buildings. There were no immediate reports of casualties. The cause of the fire has not yet been determined and remains under investigation. All right, and then moving ahead, viewers, the Trump administration has lifted US sanctions on 3 executives linked to the spy software consortium Intelexa. The decision partially reverses sanctions imposed last year under the Biden administration on 7 individuals connected to the group. The US Treasury Department confirmed that the sanctions were removed following a petition request under standard administrative review. Officials said 3 individuals had taken steps to separate themselves from the Intelexa consortium. The executives whose sanctions were lifted are Sarah Hamau, Andre Gambazi, and Mirom Harpaz. Intelexa was founded by former Israeli intelligence official Tal Dillon, who remains under US sanctions. And the consortium is known for its predator spyware, which has been linked to alleged surveillance cases in Greece and reported attempts to target US lawmakers. US authorities previously accused Intelexa of enabling the spread of invasive spyware used to surveil over officials, journalists, and policy experts. Viewers, Iran now is seeing a 4th day of protests as unrest over the cost of living continues to rise, and the protests spread. Security forces reportedly stopped protesters from entering a local government building in the southern Fars province. A female protest leader was also arrested during the incident. The protest began last Sunday among shopkeepers in Tehran after the Iranian rial slumped to record lows against the USD. By Tuesday, demonstrators expanded to several universities in the capital and later to other cities across the country. Reports say that the rial has lost nearly half its value this year, and it is now trading around 1.4 million to the US dollar. This is fueling sharp price rises in Iran and deepening economic pressure on households. Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has appealed for national unity as authorities confirmed at least 1 paramilitary officer was killed during unrest in the western province of Lorestan. In an unusual move, the government has offered to open a dialogue with protest leaders, though it has not explained how much such talks would actually work. Moving on, let's also give you some news from France, which is planning to ban children under 15 from social media and prohibit mobile phones in high schools from September. The move comes amid growing concern over the impact of online harm and screen use on minors. President Emmanuel Macron has repeatedly linked social media to violence and mental health issues among young people. His government is expected to submit draft legislation for legal review in early January. Mobile phones are already banned in French primary and middle schools, and the new plan would extend that ban to schools. France also passed a law in 2023 requiring parental consent for under 15s to join social media. The enforcement has been difficult. Macron has said that he wants similar restrictions across the European Union, and public support for a ban remains strong according to the opinion polls. That's all we have time for. Do keep watching NewsX World for more international news and updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines this hour. A member of Iran's security forces was killed during protests that have swept across the country since last week, local media reports. Several people killed and others injured after an explosion ripped through a bar in the luxury alpine ski resort town of Montana. In a first, 34-year-old New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani takes his oath on a centuries-old Quran. He now becomes the first Muslim, South Asian and African-born person to hold that position. Australia removes tariffs from all Indian exports to the country, implementing the agreements reached under the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement signed 3 years ago. The United States has carried out strikes against 3 vessels in international waters that were suspected of narco trafficking. According to the U.S. Southern Command, the vessels were traveling as a convoy. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced the withdrawal of National Guard troops from Portland, Chicago, and Los Angeles, hints at stronger comeback in the future. Russian President Vladimir Putin voiced his confidence on victory in Ukraine, while his Ukrainian counterpart Zelensky warned that peace cannot come at any cost. Elon Musk's brain implant company Neuralink will start high-volume production of brain-computer interface devices and move to an entirely automated surgical procedure in 2026. Alright viewers, let's track the news that's coming in from Switzerland. Swiss media have reported that more than 100 people were in the bar at the time of the explosion in the Swiss ski town of Montana last night. Several people were killed and many others were injured in the major explosion at the Le Constellation Bar and Lounge in Switzerland during New Year's Eve celebrations. Emergency services rushed to the scene as authorities launched an investigation to determine the cause of the blast. According to local media reports, the fire was caused by a fireworks and pyrotechnics display gone wrong. All right, now moving ahead to cover some news from Taiwan. President Lai Ching-te has said that the island is determined to defend its sovereignty and boost its defense in the face of China's increasing expansion after Beijing fired rockets towards the island as part of military drills. Lai's speech came just 2 days after the Chinese exercises named Justice Mission 2025. China fired dozens of rockets towards Taiwan and deployed a large number of warships and aircraft near the island in a show of force. The drills drew concern from Western allies, including the European Commission and Britain. Let's hear that.
今年的第一天，我也要再次呼吁，面对中国严峻的军事野心，台湾没有时间等待，更没有时间内耗。我们可以对许多议题有不同的看法，但没有强韧的国防，就不会有国家，更不会有我们彼此争辩的空间。这应该是要不分党派的全民共识，期盼朝野携手合作，顺利让重要的国防预算赶紧通。所以，投资国防就等于在投资和平。这一次中国的军演，我们可以看得到，解放军演习的科目里面有特别针对台湾新增的战力作为假想敌来演练，就可以看得出来，我们这一次军演军购的项目对台湾的国防安全是必要的。那这一笔国防预算对台湾向国际社会展现守护国家决心，维护区域和平发展。
Meanwhile, China has accused Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te of spreading falsehoods after his New Year address vowing to defend the island's sovereignty. Beijing said the speech misrepresented realities across the Taiwan Strait and deliberately stoked hostility, accusing Lai of undermining stability and escalating tensions. I now welcome Andrew K.P. Leong, who is a China strategist, to join me in this discussion. He joins us from Hong Kong. Thank you very much, Mr. Leong, for joining me in this discussion, and I extend you a very warm New Year greeting on behalf of NewsX World. Mr. Leong, now Lai Ching-te, announcing that he will do anything to defend sovereignty comes around the same time that Xi Jinping is saying nothing can stop from China from uniting with Taiwan. These are absolutely contradictory statements. Of course, it's long been the status quo, but do you suspect any change happening?
Well, the Taiwan leader's remarks are in the context of a contested motion to increase significantly Taiwan's defense budget. Because the legislature in Taiwan is now controlled by the more pro-Beijing or less confrontational against Beijing's the party, the Kuomintang. Whereas the administration, of course, the leadership is controlled by the Democratic Party, and with the leader, who the current leader, known to be a long-term separatist, and hence the controversy over increasing significantly Taiwan's defense budget, because this is seen to be further worsen the relationship across the Taiwan Strait. The last provocation came from Japan, the Prime Minister Takaichi's remarks, which led to a series of massive military exercises surrounding Taiwan, and that rattles Taiwan's own sense of security and also security around the region. And so the less confrontational party, which now leads the legislature, is now opposing these massive increases in Taiwan's defense budget, and that's the context.
Right, sure, but the statement is also coming in after Donald Trump had said that he would not be worried with the Chinese exercises in the Taiwan Strait area. He said he sees them as routine. No statement, like you said, came in from Takaichi recently. However, she's had a rather conspicuous silence of late. But both Taiwan and China have sent out rather strong statements. How do you view this geopolitical scenario shaping in the context of what Trump had said?
Well, I think that the President Trump did mention his alleged very close friendship with President Xi, while at the same time trying all measures to contain the rise of China. And also doubling down on the first iron chain, the military assets, as part of China's containment, while still leaving the possibility of further tariffs and other sanctions against China. So I think that this is a double talk as far as China is concerned, and Beijing knows it, and because both countries are now locked in very close rivalry. But as far as Taiwan is concerned, the United States policy remains consistent in the sense that on the one hand, it abides by the One China policy, at least in rhetoric, and it doesn't take any fixed view on Taiwan's future, but opposes unilateral use of force to change the status quo, and still prefers the future solution over Taiwan to be decided by negotiations on both sides. So remains Americans' position, but that's on the one hand. On the other hand, of course, there is the Taiwan Relations Act, which empowers the United States to continue to supply arms to Taiwan, and hence related to the current budget increase, because Taiwan is still regarded as a useful ploy to contain the rise of China.
Sure. Well, for now, thank you very much then, Mr. Leong, for joining me in this discussion.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that, viewers, we're now going to proceed to cover some news from Africa. Let's in fact tell you that the Sudanese government has announced an extension of the aid crossing on the border with Chad for international humanitarian aid. The extension is set to remain open from January 1 until March 31. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said the decision reflects the government's commitment to helping people in need. The government will also coordinate with international aid organizations in line with global humanitarian law. The move comes after atrocities by the Rapid Support Forces in El Fasher, Babusna and the Heglig left thousands of civilians victimized. Moreover, the ministry has also called on friendly nations and aid organizations to rally support and provide necessary assistance to the Sudanese people during this crisis period. I now have Ayanuga Olabenga Paul, who is a public affairs analyst, and he joins us from Lagos in Nigeria. Very happy New Year to you, Mr. Paul, and thank you very much for joining us here at NewsX World on the New Year Day. What do you think are going to be some of the challenges as far as the 8 corridors that have been opened up?
Well, I believe that the government is trying to show itself now that is on the side of the people, because they have seen that as the war is raging, the people do not know whose side to be on, whether the RSF side or the government side, and the government needs to shape the narrative to show itself to be on the side of people by allowing humanitarian pass. But the challenge that I see or foresee is the fact that even Chad itself has its own fair share of insurgency and banditry challenge, in that the humanitarian corridor opened there, even though the Sudanese side might want to do their best to make sure that there is free flow of traffic in the humanitarian corridor. But on the Chadian side, bandits, pirates, who may want to take advantage because they also need some of these supplies, might pose a challenge to them, and the RSF force might want to be a spoiler to those are some of the challenges that I see, but I believe that this is not the first time that they are having this corridor open. They did the same thing in August 2024 for 3 months to extend the opening of that humanitarian corridor to that time, and lessons learned from there in this continuous situation will be useful in ensuring that there is smooth delivery of humanitarian aid. The other challenge that I see is the quantity and quality of humanitarian aid available. As you can see from the press statement that they are calling on international organizations to assist, to supply. And let's not forget that about 2 months ago, the United Nations Aid Agency has said that their capacity to supply aid to Sudan is acutely depleted, so much so that things they could do to take care of maybe about 1.5 million people before, they have the quantity left can only serve maybe about 600,000 or less if there is no immediate supply to shore up what they have in store. And this might also pose a challenge, because don't forget that the people are in a tight fix now, and they may once they see that these aids are coming, if there is not enough, it might lead to stampede, it might lead to people also infighting amongst the survivors themselves, the civilian survivors, to get these aids for their family, because the primal instinct of every human being or every animal to survive will then kick in, such that there might be disorderliness in the camp. And that is why as many support as they can get from as many international donor agencies and individuals who can assist, it will be appreciated at this time, especially during this 3-month corridor, to help people get a little respite, and hopefully that the opening of this humanitarian corridor will also lead to further discussion for further continued discussion on the peace arrangement that will lead to a lasting peace in that region.
Mr. Paul, now you would recall how the same Ada crossing was closed earlier in 2024, because of the suspected use of the route for smuggling of weapons to the RSF. Do you think that challenge has now been addressed sufficiently for aid to go through this route without being hampered?
I don't think the challenge would ever be addressed, because wherever there is an opportunity, both the good and the bad people who wants to take advantage of the loopholes that comes with the opportunity would always take advantage thereof. What I think they have done is to be able to better man the area, such that the surveillance and security check will be increased, so that they will be able to reduce, they won't be able to stop totally. Because let's not forget that some of the challenge that they will be having with this issue is also the underpaid, underfed, under-remunerated security officials at the borders from the Sudanese forces itself, who knows that if they die in the line of duty, there is no hope for their families back at home. They are the only breadwinner, and by the time this whole scenario ends, that they can't return back to the barracks or to their various homes, they may not have enough money or resources to fall back upon. So they will take advantage of, because that's how it has always been all around the world. So it's not a Sudanese thing, or wherever there is war, people want to make quick profit, because war is money, war is a business, and so everybody along the value chain wants to make money. So if Sudan will look at its own armed forces and be able to give them hope, by doing programs that will assure the army officers that they will never be left behind, even post-conflict and even during the conflict, in terms of their remuneration, in terms of their welfare, because if an army officer is sleeping in tents that are unkempt, that their provisions are not properly supplied, and an arms dealer says, come, I will offer you $100,000, let my goods pass. And they know that by the time maybe 6 or 7 of them manning such posts share it, they will be able to settle down and help their families. I mean, every human being will be tempted in such situation to want to take advantage of it. So the Sudanese government needs to work on it, because I also see that this welfare of army officers on the front is also the reason why RSF is gaining ground, because there is no morale. The same thing is what we are seeing in Congo Kinshasa, where the M23 rebels seems to be gaining ground, because sometimes the troops on the ground, the boots on the ground, are not well taken care of, and you can't be seeing your commanding officers, the majors, the colonels, the generals, living large, and you are living, barely surviving, and you will put your whole heart into the duties that you have been called upon. And I think once that is addressed, that they will be able to get better results in reducing proliferation of arms that goes through to the RSF.
All right, sure. Well, thanks for your perspective and that explanation there. But do continue to stay on with me, Mr. Paul, because let's also tell you that the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo has now said that more than 1,500 civilians have been killed in escalating violence in the country's eastern province of South Kivu since early December. In a statement, the government said fighting has intensified in several areas of the province, particularly along the Kamanyola-Uvira axis, where armed operations have triggered large-scale displacement. Meanwhile, more than 500,000 people have been forced to flee their homes amid continuing insecurity. The government said the front lines have gradually shifted southward, affecting multiple areas in South Kivu, including Uvira, Fizi, and Mwenga. The authorities attributed the escalation to armed groups operating in the region, accusing them of violating existing commitments and international humanitarian law. The government reiterated its determination to restore state authority nationwide and to seek accountability for those responsible through diplomatic and judicial channels. Eastern DRC has faced decades of instability, a situation that has worsened since the resurgence of the March 23 movement rebel group in late 2021. Kinshasa has repeatedly accused neighboring Rwanda of backing the group, an allegation Kigali has denied. I now request Mr. Paul to join me back in the discussion here. Mr. Paul, do you think that Rwanda will take any action now to, curb M23 from carrying out this militant attacks and warfare?
I think everybody focuses on Rwanda, and Rwanda, to me, is not the problem. Even if you look at the map, just go back to the map, look at the map, look at how tiny Rwanda is, and look at how vast Kinshasa, Congo is. And you tell me that a small, tiny nation that is not up to one state inside Congo is the one that is not allowing the whole Congo to have peace of mind. I mean, if you believe that, I don't know what to say, because I just believe that this Rwandan angle is just an international angle that is long game. And the long game to me seems to be how to depose Paul Kagame, because his success is inspiring a lot of people, and they don't want that for Africa. That is I might be wrong, But back to the issue on ground, like I've said earlier when I was talking about the RSF in Sudan, I think that the Congolese government itself needs to look inward. For example, I am not comfortable with the statement they put out, especially the part where they said that, they will bring all the people who are escalating this country, this conflict, that is the M23 rebel, they will bring them to justice through judicial and diplomatic routes. Now, yes, that is the right thing to do. But if you want this tension to be doused, I don't think that is the right thing to say at the moment. Because if you want people to lay down their arms and you are threatening them that once you lay down your arms, we are going to bring you to justice, do you think that they will lay down their arms? People who have already taken up swaths of territory and who are even doing better job at defending those territory than the government forces, and you are telling them that, oh, we'll bring you to justice, meaning that you might be jailed, you might be sentenced to death, maybe by firing squad or by hanging. Do you think any human being in his right senses will lay down his arm if he is hearing that? Yes, the reality is everybody must be brought to justice. That is true. But must you say it? Must you, put it forward at the moment such that, you rather than douse the conflict, inspire confidence in the rebel forces to seek for negotiation, you are only making them feel that if I surrender, I die. If I hold on to my position, I die. Let me just hold on to my position and die. Because that is the message, that is the signal the rebels are getting when they hear this strong statement from the government representative, and that will not do anything in reducing the crime that is ongoing or reducing the spate of wanton deaths that is.
All right, we suspect some audio failure there, but we thank our guest, Mr. Paul, for joining us and giving his perspective there. And with that, viewers, we're now going to proceed to some news from Venezuela. The Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, has said in an end-of-year address that Venezuela is overcoming a decade of sanctions and are in an optimal position to face new challenges. Maduro has pledged to strengthen technical and military development to guarantee national sovereignty and called for unity to defend independence from imperial threats. Let's listen to what Maduro said.
Y nos blindan a nuestro país en su camino hacia el futuro. Los números de crecimiento de nuestra economía real en condiciones de asedio, ataque y bloqueo imperialista confirman una verdad mayor. Vamos superando el cerco impuesto hace una década y estamos en condiciones óptimas de enfrentar todos los nuevos retos con más preparación, más trabajo, más creatividad, más experiencia y la unión perfecta de todo un país que produce y trabaja.
That's all we have time for. Do keep watching NewsX World for more international news and updates.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. A member of Iran's security forces was killed during protests that have swept across the country since last week, local media reports. Several people killed and others injured after an explosion ripped through a bar in the luxury alpine ski resort town of Crans, Montana. In a first, 34-year-old New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani takes his oath on a centuries-old Quran. He now becomes the first Muslim, first South Asian, and first African-born person to hold that position. Australia has removed tariffs from all Indian exports to the country, implementing the agreements reached under the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement signed 3 years ago. The United States has carried out strikes against 3 vessels in international waters that were suspected of narco trafficking. According to the U.S. Southern Command, the vessels were traveling as a convoy. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced the withdrawal of National Guard troops from Portland, Chicago, and Los Angeles, hints at stronger comeback in the future. Russian President Vladimir Putin has voiced his confidence on victory in Ukraine, while his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky has warned that peace cannot come at any cost in their respective New Year's addresses to their countries. Elon Musk's brain implant company Neuralink will start high-volume production of brain-computer interface devices and move to an entirely automated surgical procedure in 2026, Musk said in a post on social media platform X. Now we start from Europe. Swiss police have said that around 40 people have passed away and 100 were injured in a fire at New Year's Eve party in Crans-Montana. The Italian Foreign Ministry has confirmed the casualties and said the blaze is not believed to be arson. Authorities report that victims could not be immediately identified due to severe burns. Rescue teams continue to assist the injured and investigate the cause of the fire. The incident has shocked the local community and prompted emergency responses across the resort town. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Alexander Seal. He's a journalist, joins us live from London. Thank you very much, Mr. Seal, for joining us, and Happy New Year to you. Now, looking at this, what more can you tell us about this, this incident?
Yes, so in the early hours of January 1st, so today, a powerful explosion ripped through Le Constellation, a popular late-night bar and nightclub in the luxury Swiss ski resort of Crans-Montana. The blast triggered an intense and rapidly spreading fire. At the moment when the venue is packed with New Year's Eve's revelers, because they were celebrating the passage to the new year, many people were caught inside the smoke, heat, and structural damage that created chaos. And witnesses described scenes of panic as people attempted to escape, while first responders rushed to pull victims from the burning blaze. One has to note that Crans-Montana is one of Switzerland's most prestigious alpine ski destinations in the canton of Valais. And one has to remember, quite a while back, there was a coach incident that killed lots of school children in that region. So it's a big shock for all these people. And so the explosion happened shortly after midnight, about 1:30 a.m., as crowds were celebrating and music was playing and the bar remained near capacity.
Right. And how should the local community be prepared when these kind of things happen, especially on when it's, of course, super occupied, the clubs and such places?
Yes, well, it's not news one wants to hear on New Year's Day, but Swiss emergency services have reacted swiftly, deploying firefighters, rescue helicopters, ambulances, police units, and disaster response teams. The area surrounding the bar has been sealed off, and a no-fly zone is in place to protect operations. Air operations. So rescue teams have worked throughout the night and will continue to work throughout the day and days to come. and they want to search for survivors, and so there are a number of people who were injured, and including 2 French people who were killed. So the French president, Emmanuel Macron, has said he's thinking of the victims and the people in this nightclub.
Right. And how should authorities balance while this is still unfolding, the accountability and investigation and transparency in such cases?
Yes, well, they're responding cautiously because police say at this stage there is no evidence of pointing to terrorism. So early working hypotheses suggest the explosion may have been linked to an accidental ignition, possibly involving gas or technical equipment used during New Year's Eve festivities. Forensic teams and structural experts are examining the site, but authorities warn it could take time to reach firm conclusions due to the level of destruction. So really, so there are about 100 people who were inside at the time. So current estimates suggest that about 40 people have died, although authorities continue to stress that the toll remains provisional as identification continues. So approximately 100 others have been injured, and many of them suffering from severe burns, smoke inhalation, or trauma injuries. Several of the wounded are in critical condition, and hospitals across the region have mobilized specialized burn and trauma units. So it's really a tragic incident that happened on New Year's Day.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Seal, for joining us on New Year's and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Now we move on to next news, to North America. The United States Coast Guard is searching for survivors of a U.S. military strike against a convoy of suspected drug vessels in the Pacific Ocean. According to the U.S. military's Southern Command, the military had carried out a strike against 3 vessels, 3 narco-terrorists aboard the first vessel that were killed in the first engagement, and the remaining narco-terrorists abandoned the other 2 vessels, jumping overboard and distancing themselves before follow-on engagements sank their respective vessels. President Donald Trump's administration has carried out more than 30 strikes against suspected drug boats in the Caribbean and Pacific since September in a campaign that has killed at least 110 people. The United States Coast Guard is searching for survivors of a U.S. military strike against a convoy of suspected drug vessels in the Pacific Ocean. According to the U.S. military's Southern Command, the military had carried out a strike against 3 vessels, 3 narco-terrorists aboard the first vessel were killed in the first engagement, and the remaining narco-terrorists abandoned the other 2 vessels. According to the U.S. military's Southern Command, the military had carried out a strike against 3 vessels. 3 narco-terrorists aboard the first vessel were killed in the first engagement, and the remaining narco-terrorists abandoned the other 2 vessels, jumping overboard and distancing themselves before follow-on engagements sank their respective vessels. President Donald Trump's administration has carried out more than 30 strikes against suspected drug boats in the Caribbean and Pacific since September in a campaign that has killed at least 110 people. The United States Coast Guard is searching for survivors of a U.S. military strike against a convoy of suspected drug vessels in the Pacific Ocean. According to the U.S. military's Southern Command, the military had carried out a strike against 3 vessels. 3 narco-terrorists aboard the first vessel were killed in the first engagement, and the remaining narco-terrorists abandoned the other 2 vessels, jumping overboard and distancing themselves before follow-on engagements sank their respective vessels. President Donald Trump's administration has carried out more than 30 strikes against suspected drug boats in the Caribbean and Pacific since September in a campaign that has killed at least 110 people. The United States Coast Guard is searching for survivors of a U.S. military strike. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Matti Zweig. He's a geopolitical commentator, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Happy New Year, Mr. Zweig, and thank you for joining us once again. Now, looking at the continued strikes on these drug vessels in Pacific, by U.S., how feasible, or do you think this is a long-term solution for alleged terrorists and narco trafficking from U.S.'s perspective?
Well, it was clearly a big change in the way the United States treat this threat, because it's a threat. It's a threat, of course, for all the world and also for the United States, especially for the quantities of drugs that are entering the U.S. soil. Okay, how the U.S. treat all this drug trafficking inside their country is one thing, but this is another thing. This is part, not only an effort of the drug traffickers, but also an effort of the drug traffickers that they are inside the government of Venezuela. So it's a mixed question. Trump wants the world not to talk about an invasion or not to talk about attacking the sovereign country of Venezuela. So he say, I am fighting the narco-terrorists, which is true. But in the background, we understand that he's trying to make a regime change for all what it means Venezuela today. A major narco state connected with Iran and terrorists in the world, and a legitimate government that lose the election, but they are still in power, repressing their own people, with their people in big parts for millions that they left the country, and the ones that they are still inside, they are suffering for many shortenings like medicaments and everything. So from all these geopolitical questions, he's trying to change like a domino the reality. I mean, trying to undermine Maduro's Venezuela, changing the regime, and then as a domino, maybe it's going to change also in Cuba and Nicaragua. So this is a short-term and middle-term strategy for Trump, but that's what he's doing now, pressing and pressing in the coast and attacking the vessels, not just stopping them, but treating them as terrorists. That's the strategy.
Yes. And how do you think what will be this regional, how do you think this will be affecting U.S.'s relationship with the region and also the countries that you've, labeled for us right now?
This is very interesting because since the 70s, it has been a very big anti-American sentiment in Latin America, political anti-American sentiment, because the United States, they were part of the efforts to topple the guerrillas and the communist parties or movements, installing dictators in Latin America, and people remember that. So even if they are against Maduro, they wouldn't like American troops to enter Venezuela. But today things have changed so much, in such a rich country like Venezuela is becoming so poor now and repressing their own people that even some of the countries are agreeing with Trump that he must be very harsh on them, except countries that they're afraid of that, and they're also against Trump, like Petro from Colombia and other countries, but this is changing now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zweig, for sharing that. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our later discussion as well. Now we move on. Thank you. Now we move on to Europe. Pope Leo has held a mass at St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican to mark the World Day of Peace. The service was attended by thousands of faithful and highlighted a message of hope, mercy, and global harmony. In his homily, the Pope reflected on the Jubilee year as a powerful sign of God's plan for humanity and contrasted it with worldly strategies and conflict of greed. The Pope had thanked everyone who helped welcome pilgrims throughout 2025, helping make Rome a welcoming place during the Jubilee. Also, the Pope called for the spirit of peace and grace to continue into the new year. Now we move on to Middle East. The Israeli military has reported that one Palestinian was killed earlier today in the occupied West Bank. The incident occurred after soldiers opened fire on stone-throwing individuals near the village of Luban al-Sharqiyya in Nablus. 2 other people were also hit, and the military described them as terrorists, claiming the stone-throwing was part of an ambush. Palestinian authorities have identified the victim as 26-year-old Khatab al-Sarhan. Israeli forces had earlier blocked main roads into the village following a series of tensions in the area. According to the UN, over 1,000 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank between October 2023 and October 2025, while 57 Israelis have also lost their lives in Palestinian attacks. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Matti Zweig. He's a geopolitical commentator, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Zweig, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, what more can you tell us about this differing narratives of this Palestinian and Israeli side?
Well, this is very different from what you see in Gaza, because what is called the so-called Palestinian state, or the wishes of many people to have a Palestinian independent state, is divided into different territories. One is on the west of Israel, which is the West Bank, and west. The word west is because it was west of Jordan and not west of Israel. But anyway, it's called the West Bank, Judea and Samaria for Israelis. And the other one is Gaza, that is in the southern part of Israel, and there are no earth connections between them. And you know everything that is happening in Gaza and everything that has been happening since the wild attack on the Israeli population in October 7th, 23. But the question in the other side, in the West Bank, is different. There you have the reign of the PA, and the Palestinian Authority there is part of the Oslo Accord since 1992, 1993. And they have 3 different territories in that area. They are called A, B, and C. One with full commitment and responsibility of the Palestinians. The second one is mixed. And the third one is called Area C. It's in the hands of Israel. And I mean about the security. And of course, in this territory, you have Israeli settlements and Palestinian people. And in all these areas, there have been all the time a lot of movements to fight against the Israelis and the Israeli soldiers. And here and there, they succeed. But usually, because Israel is inside, not like in Gaza, so they try to cope in a very fast way for not to leave the terrorist attacks to succeed. So that's what happened in this case. Is one more, because there is a political blockade of everything that is happening, not only between Israelis and Palestinians, but between Palestinians themselves. They are very afraid that the PA will lose the gap of the society there. So sometimes they are helping the Israelis for security, and sometimes themselves they are attacking other Palestinian factions, and sometimes Israel is in clashes with them. And in the middle of all this, you have hundreds of thousands of Israelis that in the last 50 years have been building their settlements but this is in discord with the world, because the world is pushing for a Palestinian state. Let's not forget that this has been, for thousands of years, a land with Jewish that they were expelled or massacred from that area. So things are not so simple. They are not black and white, and they are part of wider conflict that is the beginning or not of a real Palestinian state or an end to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians.
Right. And do you think that Palestine and Israel is ready to move to the second phase of Gaza ceasefire now?
Well, this is not Palestinians and Israelis. This is Israel with Gaza Strip. And Gaza Strip and their second phase is not ready because Hamas is not ready. Hamas is a terrorist Islamist movement that is trying to stay in power in Gaza. The second phase is also composed by the international coalition that they still didn't do it. Not Trump and not Indonesia and not Pakistan and not anyone. They're just talking about it. So when they're going to be serious about that, maybe also the Israeli army is going to be deployed different or to confront the terrorists in a different way. But until they don't dismantle Hamas, the second phase is not going to occur.
Thank you for sharing that insight and joining us, Mr. Mattis Weik from Tel Aviv. Now we move on to India. The Indian rupee has started this year with a slight decline, weighed down by ongoing dollar demand from corporates. The rupee opened lower at 89.9525 per US dollar and closed at 89.97, marking a 0.1% drop. The currency's performance in 2025 was marked by a significant 4.72% decline, its worst showing since 2022. Trading volumes were low due to New Year holidays, leaving routine flows to guide the market. Experts say that the rupee faces both challenges and stabilizing factors in 2026. India's strong economic fundamentals, including ample reserves, offer some cushion, though global uncertainty remains. The currency is expected to trade between 89.30 and 90.20 in the near term. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
in the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. We extend our viewers a very happy New Year wishes. For now, let's start with a check of the top headlines this hour. The United States has carried out strikes against 3 vessels in international waters that were suspected of narco trafficking. According to the U.S. Southern Command, the vessels were traveling as a convoy. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced the withdrawal of National Guard troops from Portland, Chicago and Los Angeles, hints at stronger comeback in the future. Russian President Vladimir Putin voiced his confidence on victory in Ukraine, while his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky warned that peace cannot come at any cost in their respective New Year's addresses to their countries. Ex-world champion boxer Anthony Joshua has been released from hospital in Lagos in Nigeria after being treated for injuries sustained in a car crash that killed 2 others. Separatists from Yemen's Southern Transitional Council announced an agreement to deploy government forces in areas they have recently seized. Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te vows to defend the sovereignty of the island in a New Year's speech after China carried out military drills. Lai said he will steadfastly defend national sovereignty in a televised address from the presidential office. The U.S. government has granted an annual license to Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing to import U.S. chip manufacturing equipment to its facilities in Nanjing in China, as per the chip maker. Elon Musk's brain implant company Neuralink will start high-volume production of brain-computer interface devices and move to an entirely automated surgical procedure in 2026, Musk said in a post on X. Alright, viewers, let's start with the top focus. Now, US President Donald Trump has joined criticism of Hollywood star George Clooney's new French passport. In a Truth Social post, Trump hailed the development as good news, calling the actor and his wife the worst political prognosticators of all time. This comes as Clooney, his wife Amal and their 2 children have reportedly become French citizens. The family received their passports under an official decree granting naturalization for distinguished service to France. The decision comes as France toughens language requirements for new citizen applicants starting January 1st. Clooney speaks limited French despite taking lessons, while his wife Amal speaks the language fluently. French officials said the couple followed all legal procedures, including security checks and interviews. Now, joining me in this discussion is Satoru Nagao. He is a fellow at the Hudson Institute and joins us from Tokyo. Dr. Nagao, thank you very much for joining me, and we wish you a very happy New Year on behalf of NewsX World. How do you see this development and Trump's reaction, and why do you think in the first place did Clooney and wife take this decision?
Happy New Year. Thank you very much for inviting me again. In this case, the most important thing is loyalty. Because George Clooney looks like a political activist who joined the movement of the Democrats and criticized President Trump very fluently. Despite this, that kind of character tried to get another nationality, whose criticism is the matter. As an American, he criticized President Trump is understandable for the American voters. But if he criticized President Trump as a French, this is criticism from the foreign country.
Yeah.
So that's why the political message demands the loyalty of their nationals. That's why this is a matter. So, and in case of French national, indeed, many people want to get. But George Clooney is influential character. That's why relatively easy to get. That is another matter. And so that's why, because he is elite, he can get such kind of the privileges despite other people cannot get. That kind of the image itself is a little bit political too. So that's why one thing is royalty, another thing is elite or not, the gap between two. So these two are quite controversial in this case.
Would you know if Clooney has also renounced his US citizenship while taking up the French?
No, I think the dual citizen, I think. But at the same time, as an American, he can criticize the American government. But as a French, he should not criticize American government.
Yeah.
So that's why this is related with royalty. And only elite people can get to dual citizenship because of their influence. Because despite he cannot speak French well, despite this he can get the influence because of his influential guy. So that's why view from the more poor situation people, this is unfair. So that's why something politically this is not good.
Yeah, sure, but why is Trump so concerned and he's gone on to, put out all those messages on social media, calling him not even a big star at all, when he still maintains US citizenship?
Yeah, of course he will maintain, I think, but view from the President Trump, this is a good chance to criticize Democrat supporters. Because the Democrat supporter is, of course, enemy of him. And in this case, they failed themselves. So that's why this is the chance for the President Trump to criticize. Because this royalty issue or the gap between elite and poor, so this both view from both cases, this action of the George Clooney is failure as politics. So that's why the view from the rival, view from the President Trump, this is a good chance to criticize him.
All right, thanks then, Dr. Nagao, for joining me in this discussion. And moving ahead, viewers. Now, news coming in from New York, where Zohran Mamdani has taken his oath of office as the mayor of New York City in a ceremony held at the Old City Hall subway station. This makes Mamdani the first African-born mayor of New York and the youngest mayor since 1892. Let's listen into his message.
After me, raise your right hand. I, Zohran Kwame Mamdani,
Zohran Kwame Mamdani,
do solemnly swear
that
I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of New York,
the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Charter of the City of New York,
and the Charter of the City of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge
the
duties of the office of the Mayor of the City of New York,
according
to the best of my ability. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
And we move ahead now. China will impose additional 55% tariffs on beef imports from several countries, including Brazil, Australia, and the United States. The Chinese Commerce Ministry announced that the tariffs will apply when shipments exceed annual quotas set for each exporter. The measures will take effect from today and remain in place for 3 years. China has described the levies as safeguards designed to protect domestic producers, with tariffs to be gradually relaxed over time. The decision comes after beef prices in China declined due to oversupply and the slowing demand. Meanwhile, imports have surged, which directly impact local producers. Moreover, China has also announced the suspension of part of a free trade agreement with Australia covering beef, stressing that the measure is temporary and not intended to restrict normal trade. Brazil, the world's largest meat exporter, said it will work with China bilaterally and through the WTO to mitigate the impact of the new tariffs. Joining me in this discussion is Dr. Ajay Dua, who is former Secretary of Commerce and senior economist and joins us from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Dr. Dua. Wish you a very happy New Year. What's your assessment of these tariffs?
A happy New Year to you as well. I think the measure taken by the Chinese government is clearly a highly protective measure. If the US is worried about protecting its agriculture, so is China. China found that the high beef imports into its territory were bringing down the price and not leaving it remunerative enough for its own producers, and at the same time China wants to send a message down to the United States saying, if you can play your game, so can we, and probably we do a little more through greater weaponization than you are capable of doing or you've been resorting to. So this is yet another measure of demonstration of that, saying yes, we do want to import high quality beef, but at the same time you will play by our rule, saying 164,000 tons is what we will allow during a year. Anything more than that will attract a penal duty of 55%. By doing so, China has also catered to the other suppliers. Australia, you mentioned just now, is a big supplier of beef to China. Also, it has been impacted, but not so much. So all that I'm trying to convey at this point of time is that the US is not going to be able to have its own say vis-a-vis China in future, particularly if it does not go by what it had agreed itself. When the presidents of the two countries had met in October last, that for a year we will not play around with tariffs of each other's country and not impose repairs. But if President Trump resorts to go beyond it, China can hit back, and this is a demonstration of that.
Yeah. Would you also say that this is not really targeting any country per se, as China is saying, because it has already extended the beef imports probe for 2 years now?
That's right. China is not really through one item beef imports, not really hitting the United States as strongly as probably the US beef suppliers might conceive it to be. But it is sending a message to the administration saying, if the game of not impacting one another has to be played to the hilt, as was agreed to when the two presidents had met in Korea in October, South Korea, it means you do not play around with certain duties to us or upon us, and we would not do it. So this is a signal as well, besides their own interest in protecting their farmers.
Sure. Well, thanks then for your perspective, Dr. Dua, but do continue to stay on with me. Viewers, let's also tell you that US has granted a majority Russian-owned Serbian oil company a temporary reprieve from sanctions targeting Russia's invasion of Ukraine. US sanctions targeting Serbia's NIS as part of curbs on Russia's energy sector forced the shutdown of Serbia's only oil refinery, which meets about 80% of national fuel demand. The measures have landed heavily in Serbia, a close Kremlin ally and one of the few European states
what we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's start with a check of the top headlines this hour. Several people killed and others injured after an explosion ripped through a bar in the luxury alpine ski resort town of Crans, Montana. In a first, 34-year-old New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani takes his oath on a centuries-old Quran. He now becomes the first Muslim, first South Asian and first African-born person to hold that position. The United States has carried out strikes against 3 vessels in international waters that were suspected of narco-trafficking. According to the U.S. Southern Command, the vessels were traveling as a convoy. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced the withdrawal of National Guard troops from Portland, Chicago and Los Angeles, hints at a stronger comeback in the future. Russia President Vladimir Putin voiced his confidence on victory in Ukraine, while his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky warned that peace cannot come at any cost. Ex-world champion boxer Anthony Joshua has been released from hospital in Lagos in Nigeria after being treated for injuries sustained in a car crash that killed 2 others. Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te vows to defend the democratic island's sovereignty in a New Year's speech after China carried out military drills. Lai said he will steadfastly defend national sovereignty in a televised address from the presidential office. Elon Musk's brain implant company Neuralink will start high-volume production of brain-computer interface devices and move to an entirely automated surgical procedure in 2026. As per a social media post. Alright viewers, let's start the bulletin with some news now coming in from Israel, which is to revoke the licenses of 37 international NGOs operating in Gaza and the West Bank. Affected organizations include ActionAid, International Rescue Committee, Doctors Without Borders and Norwegian Refugee Council. The license suspensions will take effect on January 1 with operations to end within 60 days. Israel said the NGOs failed to provide complete personal details of their staff and violated new registration rules. 10 countries including the UK, France and Canada condemned the move, saying it will impact humanitarian aid. UN officials warn that the suspensions could block life-saving assistance in Gaza, where NGOs run hospitals and essential services. Israel maintains that humanitarian aid will continue through approved channels and that most of the affected NGOs contributed only a small percentage of total aid. And I welcome Colonel Sanjeet Sirohi, who is an international relations and defense expert, and he joins us from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Colonel Sirohi, for joining me in this discussion, and a very happy New Year greeting to you. Colonel, do you think Israel has the right to block these NGOs and the aid that they are distributing in Gaza and West Bank? And are its reasons valid enough to block that aid?
Firstly, Happy New Year, Kriti. And secondly, I am very thankful to you for inviting me on your channel and discussing something very, very important.
It's a pleasure.
So as regards the Israelis' decision to suspend the license of the 37 or 38 organizations which were providing humanitarian aid in Gaza, I think it is a step which is going to affect, although Israelis are saying that nothing is going to get affected, because as per the Israel report, they say that the aid which is coming from these 37, 38 organizations is only 1%. But whatever it is, the situation which is already bad in Gaza, and if you stop the aids humanitarian aid coming from any organization, I definitely feel that it is going to affect. How much will be affect, that will be seen later on. But I think if this Israel is always taking such decisions which is creating problem for the people who are living in Gaza. 90 to 94% of the population is living under shelter and with inhumanitarian conditions. And if in spite of that, if the Israelis, they stop this aid in whatever way they want to stop it, then I think it is very, very bad for the people in Gaza, especially during winters when there are floods also. So I think this is a wrong decision.
Yeah.
And the new regulation which they are talking about, because if you see from the other's point of view, if you give the name and the background of the person who are working as the humanitarian workers, then it jeopardizes it compromises their security. And Israelis are already 500 plus aid workers have been killed in Gaza since October 23. So I think it is a wrong decision. And the countries which are condemning it is absolutely correct. And Israel always take decision on their own. If they are occupying their territory, if they are occupying Gaza, then it is their moral responsibility to look after the people who are there in Gaza. So I think it is a very, very wrong decision as far as I am concerned.
What are the reasons that it has given in the first place to ban? And do you think those are plausible enough to go ahead with such a sanction? And also we all know that concerns and condemnations have come in from the United Nations, but why is no enough action taken to stop Israel from taking this hegemonic unilateral decision?
Priti, the point is, who's going to take that decision? As far as Israel is concerned, they are not bothered about the UN, whatever UN is talking about. For the last 2 years, you have been talking about genocide which is taking place in Gaza. International Court of Justice, also the cases have gone of genocide against Israelis, especially against the Israel Prime Minister. But nobody is taking any action because everyone knows that Israel has got full support of the Americans. And you know that it is Americans who are running the show in Gaza or in Israel. So I don't think there is any other country which has that much of leverage with Israel where they can say, okay, stop this on this and do what is absolutely correct. So I think this is not going to stop, because what we have seen is for last 2 years, whatever Israel decides to do, they do it. And nobody stops them.
But the question is also that Hamas has also not disarmed itself as was required for it to do and to proceed with the Gaza ceasefire. What needs to be done in that context, because it's also not fulfilled the criteria for the first phase of ceasefire, and our talks are already being held over the question of international stabilization force there. It is also for Gaza to disarm, for Israel to move in the same direction.
Look, Kriti, the point is that it is not whether you are disarming Hamas or you are disarming Hezbollah. These are the terrorist organizations. Tomorrow, if you even disarm them, then what is the guarantee that the other third terrorist organization will not crop up?
Yeah.
So it is not the organization which it is the mindset of the people. Until that mindset is changed, you cannot disarm. Even if you disarm them, firstly, the question is who is going to disarm them? Israel has tried their best, but still they have not been able to do it. Now there is a ceasefire. Now the international stabilization force, once it goes there, I don't think they will also be able to disarm them, because they say that this arms what we are having are our self-defense. So it is very, very difficult. And even if you disarm Hamas, I am telling you, you may disarm them for 4 years, 5 years, but after that what? So until that mindset of the people in Gaza or Palestinians, until you look after the Palestinians and you talk about two-state solution, things are not going to work out. Now the Israelis are not even talking about two states; they are talking about only Greater Israel.
Yeah.
So I don't think this problem can be solved in such a simple way.
All right, but Israel had also said that it required these NGOs to get themselves registered. Then why have these aid organizations not fulfilled that criteria for Israel? What is stopping them from getting registered?
I'll tell you what is stopping them, because because the Israeli feel that the Hamas has infiltrated the organization, all these humanitarian organizations which are working there. That is their point of view. But point of view is Norwegian Refugee Council, China Law has said that if you give the names and the other details which are required for the new regulation, now those details, when it comes to Israeli army, there are chances that these workers who are working, the Israeli army will get after them and they are going to be shot. So the point is, it is compromising on the security of the working for the humanitarian organization. So the point of view of both the Israelis as well as the Norwegian Refugee Council, both of them are right. But only thing is that they have to talk to each other, and maybe there has to be some mechanism has to be found out where even the details which are required for these things are not diverse to anybody, and those people who are working on humanitarian ground in Gaza, their security is also looked after by Israelis, because they are the occupying force. The security of anyone who is in Gaza is the responsibility of Israelis till international stabilization force reaches there and start functioning there.
All right, thank you, Colonel Sirohi, but to continue to stay on with me as we proceed. Now viewers, let's also tell you that Iran has seen a fourth straight day of protests as unrest over the cost of living continues to spread. Security forces reportedly stopped protesters from entering a local government building in the southern Fars province. A female protest leader was also arrested during the incident. The protests began last Sunday among shopkeepers in Tehran after the Iranian rial slumped to record lows against the US dollar. By Tuesday, demonstrations expanded to several universities in the capital and later to other cities across the country. Reports say that the rial has lost nearly half its value this year, and it is now trading at around 1.4 million to the US dollar. This is fueling sharp price rises in Iran and deepening economic pressure on households. Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has appealed for national unity as authorities confirmed at least one paramilitary officer was killed during the unrest in the western province of Lorestan. In fact, in an unusual move, the government has offered to open a dialogue with protest leaders, though it has not explained how such talks would actually work. And I request Colonel Sirohi to join me back in the discussion here. Colonel Sirohi, this is my question to you, that this is the first time that Iran has actually opened for a dialogue, the government. Earlier, such protests have only been met with force. This is the first time that they've offered for talks, but no such mechanism has been established whether these, or a format that can tell that these talks can be held in a good dialogue.
Yeah. The problem is that if you have just mentioned that the previous protests were met with strong force from the Iranian regime and the Iranian government. But this time they are soft on these people because the simple reason is that the government also knows that the people who are protesting, they are protesting for the right cause. And the right cause is that the cost of living has gone high. The inflation is 50%. Their currency has gone down 50% down as compared to US dollar. So even the government there, even the president has said last week that he is not able to find out how to solve these problems.
Yeah.
So the government is on the defense. They have to be on the defensive side because all these protests, even the government realizes that whatever people are talking about or whatever people are protesting about is absolutely legitimate and it is absolutely correct. The people are facing this problem. And normally, the consumer, they go on the street, but this time the shopkeepers are going on the street. So it simply indicates that things are quite bad there in Iran. And the problem is that it is not going to stop here only. Now the students have also joined. And if we see the last few months, whatever is happening around us, the students, when they join the protest, then it is very, very difficult to control their protest. And if the government also realizes this, that if they use force against the students, then it is not going to stop. It is going to, in fact, inflate. It is going to increase. So I think that is why the government is very, very particular. This time they are not going to use the force. This time they are going to talk with whosoever the leader, but the mechanism has not been found out because they don't know who is the leader who is leading the protest. So until the person who is leading the protest and they know whom to contact to, things are going to be out of control. Now it is not only the inflation also. You see, once the things they start ruling in the down slope, then the other things will also come up. There is an energy crisis in this thing. The dams are half empty. So the energy which is hydroelectric power which are given to these cities, this has also been reduced. There is a water crisis in Iran. So there are a lot of problems that are coming into Iran. And in addition to that, there are external factors. Now the external factors, the United Nations sanctions have already been implemented by the European countries in September 2025. The Americans have also put the sanctions. So there are both external as well as internal factors.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Thank you for your comment, Colonel Sirohi. I also would now like to invite Mitali Nikore, who is an economist from New Delhi, in this discussion here. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Nikore, for joining me in this discussion. Now, as Colonel Sirohi was saying, there's also the effect of external factors in the Iran protests, and more specifically about the sanctions that were imposed by the US following, there was a stalemate in the nuclear talks. How do you think that can be, addressed? Is the US going to give any reprieve given the situation is only deteriorating now, or will Iran do anything to appease the US? Because from what we know, it is almost already readied with its nuclear arsenal. It's only a matter of time that such an announcement would be made now.
No, absolutely. Thank you for bringing me to this discussion. I think these protests which are currently going on in Iran, they follow the pattern of the Gen Z protests that we've seen in a number of emerging economies and developing countries through 2025. And one can say that this is the latest one. And the biggest driver for these protests has actually been the changes in the exchange rate of the Iranian rial to the US dollar, which stands at almost 1.4 million rial to the USD. So at this point, I do think that negotiations should be underway, and back channel talks are already underway. And I don't think that we will reach that point of a head-to-head sort of a confrontation between the US, Iran, and I do think that there will be Saudi Arabian influence also in terms of negotiating those and brokering those back-channel talks.
And it's not just the US. You also know that European Union has also taken some similar measures on Iran as far as the question of sanctions is concerned. Iran now has only a very few backers, really. How is it going to come up, get itself out of this situation?
I think the first thing that Iran really needs to do is to figure out what is happening on the domestic front, before even speaking about the foreign relations and before speaking about, which country is really there to support. Because if you look at it, even India, Russia, and China are actually big buyers of Iranian oil.
Yeah.
And this relationship, of course, is brokered through the economics of it rather than any kind of foreign policy. The foreign policy follows the economics. And therefore, it is very critical for these countries also, if they are to trade with Iran or to continue relations with Iran, the domestic situation in Iran has to be managed. So at this point in time, the priority for the government and for the army, and military facilities in Iran is to really, fix the domestic situation. And that cannot be fixed by simply adopting an authoritarian, narrative and stance, but rather with the Gen Zs, it's always about listening. It's always about understanding and, understanding the issue of the public. So even if there is no democracy in Iran, one can still see, a regime which should be sympathetic to the economic issues of the people.
Would you say a regime change is, in sight? Because the government, of course, has not been able to quell these protests or even address the problems of the economy. In fact, I also want to take that question with Colonel Sirohi. So any of you could choose to go first. I believe you're there on air. Please go ahead, Ms. Nikore.
I think, a regime change, even if it happens, it will not signal an actual change in power. So, it may be that the face of the regime may change, but the, center of power in Iran always lies with the clergy. So at this point in time, it is therefore more of a humanitarian approach that needs to come in, within the clergy, where there is an understanding that just repression is not going to work with this round of protests, with this set of protests. And there has to be, some change in the way the clergy interacts with the common people.
All right. Well, thanks then, Ms. Nikore, for staying for your opinion. I requested to stay on as we proceed ahead. Viewers, let's also give you some news now from Bulgaria, which has become the 21st country to switch to the euro as it entered the new year, a milestone met with both cheers and fears. Nearly 20 years after the Balkan nation joined the European Union, Bulgaria has abandoned the lev used since the late 1800s as euro coins were projected onto the central bank building. The successive governments of Bulgaria, with the population of around 6.4 to 6.7 million, have backed euro adoption to lift the European Union's poorest economy and strengthen Western ties to counter the Russian influence. And I request Ms. Nikore to join me back in this discussion here. What would you say? How prepared is Bulgaria to meet and sustain the Maastricht criteria, particularly on inflation and fiscal discipline?
No, so I think, Bulgaria has actually been undertaking this preparation for quite a while now. And what we find is that, the Bulgarian economy has actually been improving. There has been a very, very clear, growth trajectory. There's been a wage increase. We also see that they have been managing inflation, which now stands at just 3.7%. The fiscal debt to GDP ratio has been brought down to 25%, which is amongst the lowest in the Eurozone itself, and well below the 60% Maastricht criteria. So I think at this point in time, Bulgaria really has been undertaking this preparation for nearly 2 years, and definitely much more prepared to enter the Eurozone.
All right, so economy might be on the rise, but the question of political turmoil continues to remain, right? There are issues of governance and corruption that have been reported in Bulgaria. How ready do you think is Bulgaria really to make this transition to the euro?
No, definitely. See, in Bulgaria, like in any other Eurozone country, there has been a lot of discussion about whether to join the euro or not. What does it mean for the independence of Bulgaria's monetary policy? But this decision has actually been taken by successive governments, because Bulgaria has actually had 7 national elections in the last 4 years, and it is likely that there'll be another national election in the next 6 months, because the government is not that not that stable at even at this point.
Yeah.
But people are supporting this change. People are supporting this move towards the euro, because this helps with trade, this helps with business linkages, and this helps the Bulgarians sort of peg their national monetary policy to a greater euro zone monetary policy.
And what are the risks of losing independent monitoring monetary policy for a converging economy?
So very simply, this is not very different from many of the other emerging economies that have joined the eurozone. See, think about it. Bulgaria's per capita income stands at about 24,000 euros, whereas the EU average is more than one third of this. I mean, it's about 35,000 euros. So there's a huge gap between the Bulgarian economy and the Europe average. The Bulgarian economy is the poorest member of the eurozone economies, so to speak. So that is the major issue, right? That you lose out a major pillar of the economy to actually prop up growth. But it is hoped that with increased trade and with increased movement between businesses, this growth will actually come from the fiscal side and from the trade side.
Would you also say that it can take lessons from Croatia and Slovakia that recently joined?
But I think that the lessons actually don't come that much from Croatia and Slovakia, because I think the fiscal situation in Bulgaria is much better. But actually, it comes more from the point of view of diversification of industry, because Bulgaria is still very much, within that Soviet zone of, industry growth driving the overall growth. It's mostly, first level industries which are still driving the GDP growth. So therefore, there is a real need for Europe investment, tech investment, and innovation to come into Bulgaria. And it is hoped that with the linkage to the Eurozone, that comes in.
All right, sure. Thanks then very much, Ms. Nikore, and again, a very happy new year to you. And moving ahead, viewers, let's also tell you that China has accused Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te of spreading falsehoods after his New Year address, vowing to defend the island's sovereignty. Beijing said the speech misrepresented realities across the Taiwan Strait and deliberately stoked hostility, accusing Lai of undermining stability and escalating tensions. The comments came just days after China conducted large-scale military drills around Taiwan, moves Beijing describes as warnings against what it calls separatist activity. Taiwan's leadership has maintained that the island is a democratic entity and must be free to decide its own future, a position that China, however, rejects. Beijing considers Taiwan part of its territory and has not ruled out the use of force to achieve unification, keeping cross-strait relations under sharp international watch. Moving ahead, France is planning to ban children under 15 from social media and prohibit mobile phones in high schools from September this year. The move comes amid growing concern over the impact of online harm and screen use on minors. President Emmanuel Macron has repeatedly linked social media to violence and mental health issues among young people. Now, his government is expected to submit draft legislation for legal review early January. Mobile phones are already banned in French primary and middle schools, and the new plan would extend that ban to high schools now. France has also passed a law in 2023 that required parental consent for under 15s to join social media through enforcement has been difficult. Macron has said he wants similar restrictions across the European Union, and public support for a ban remains strong according to opinion polls. All right, and that's all we have time for. Thanks for staying tuned to NewsX World for all international news and updates.
in the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. A member of Iran's security forces was killed during protests that have swept across the country since last week, local media reports. Several people killed and others injured after an explosion ripped through a bar in the luxury alpine ski resort town of Crans, Montana. And a first 34-year-old New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani takes his oath on a centuries-old Quran. He now becomes the first Muslim, first South Asian, and first African-born person to hold that position. Australia has removed tariffs from all Indian exports to the country, implementing the agreements reached under the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement signed 3 years ago. The United States has carried out strikes against 3 vessels in international waters that were suspected of narco trafficking. According to the U.S. Southern Command, the vessels were traveling as a convoy. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced the withdrawal of National Guard troops from Portland, Chicago, and Los Angeles, hints at stronger comeback in the future. Russian President Vladimir Putin has voiced his confidence on victory in Ukraine, while his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky has warned that peace cannot come at any cost in their respective New Year's addresses to their countries. Elon Musk's brain implant company Neuralink will start high-volume production of brain-computer interface devices and move to an entirely automated surgical procedure in 2026, Musk said in a post on his social media platform X. Now we start with China. Chinese President Xi Jinping has called the reunification of China and Taiwan unstoppable in his New Year's speech. Xi has emphasized that people on both sides are bound by blood ties thicker than water. This statement came just days after China conducted its largest ever live-fire military drills around Taiwan, forcing Taiwan to cancel dozens of flights and deploy jets and warships for monitoring. China views Taiwan as part of its territory and hasn't ruled out the use of force to assert control. Taiwan, however, rejects Beijing's claims. She also highlighted China's robust economic performance, with the nation's GDP set to reach around $20 trillion. The country is on track to meet its annual growth target of 5% and will roll out more stimulus policies in 2026 to further boost economic growth. Let's in fact listen into what the Chinese President Xi Jinping has said.
两岸同胞血浓于水，祖国统一的历史大势不可阻挡。我国经济总量连续跨越新关口。 今年预计达到140万亿元，经济实力、科技实力、国防实力、综合国力跃上新台阶。
Now we move on to our next news. Russia's installed governor in Ukraine's southern Kherson region has accused Ukrainian forces of killing at least 24 people in a drone strike during New Year celebrations. Governor Vladimir Saldo has said the attack hit a hotel and a cafe in the coastal village of Korli, claiming 3 Ukrainian drones struck the site in what he described as a deliberate attack. According to reports by the local emergencies ministry, 29 others were injured. Ukraine's military did not immediately respond to requests for comment, and no independent visuals or evidence were provided to verify the claim. Kherson is one of 4 Ukrainian regions claimed by Russia in 2022, a move rejected by Kyiv and widely condemned by Western countries as illegal. Now, for this discussion, we welcome retired Major General Dr. Rajan Kochhar. He's an international relations expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, retired Major General Dr. Kochhar, for joining, and Happy New Year to you. Now, looking at this again, as you know, even though it's New Year's, there's no stopping of this war. It seems like. Do you think that we will soon see another talk between U.S., Russia, and Ukraine?
Thank you very much, and a very happy new year to you as well as to all the viewers of NewsX World. The last couple of days, though the talks have been going on, and Zelensky and Trump have also met, but the ground realities are different. Russians are wanting to escalate the offensive. And that's why we are seeing an information war also happening side by side, claims, counterclaims. We heard about an attack on Putin's residence also, and that was negated by the Ukrainians, saying that they didn't have anything to do with that. And now we are seeing in Kherson. Kherson is internationally, as of now, it is recognized as a part of Ukraine, but has been under Russian military control and occupation since 2022. So basically, if we have to believe what the Kherson governor is trying to say, then definitely it gives an opportunity for the Russians to escalate the war, and also justify to its own domestic audience the rationale for continuing this war even after 3.5 years. And with such large casualties, 24 of them, as we have come to know, I don't think this would be a false claim, because if you have such large casualties taking place, it's not a building being hit and one or two casualties. It was a cafe on the New Year Eve, and if this attack is taking place, I have no doubt in my mind that the Russians are going to escalate it, and possibly carry out a retaliatory strike in a similar manner to cause even more casualties to the civilians. So it's very unfortunate that Ukraine is now trying desperate measures, because possibly I have a feeling that Ukraine doesn't want a ceasefire as of now. And this has been the tone of Zelensky also, and he is being supported by the European Union. I think it's a very foolhardy, assumption on the part of Zelensky to toe the line of the European Union, because the European Union is not giving him anything to fight this war. He is fighting the war on his own, and Trump is interested for a ceasefire, and Trump may harden his stand with the Ukraine if Zelensky is not going to relent. So in the near future, of course, I don't see, if we talk about the winter campaign of the Russians, which will go up to around May of this year. Till May, I can safely assume, or we can safely assume, that there won't be any let up in this war, nor there would be any ceasefire happening. And Russians are on the ascendancy. Ukrainian army is tiring. They are mentally and physically tired. Their resources are limited because they are dependent on Western support, and Western means United States. And the United States will slowly start turning off the tap. And if that happens, then I don't think Ukraine can carry on this battle for a very long time. And till at least May, I don't foresee any reduction in the intensity as far as the Russians are concerned.
With that, I would like to thank retired Major General Dr. Rajan Kochar for joining us and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Thank you very much. Now we move on to US. Zohran Mamdani has been sworn in as New York City's 112th mayor just after midnight on New Year's Day. The oath was administered by New York Attorney General Letitia James at the historic former City Hall subway station. However, Mamdani, now the city's first Muslim mayor, was joined by his wife Rama Duwaji and key officials, including the new Transportation Commissioner. In his first remarks, the importance of public transit and affordability was emphasized. He had scheduled a larger public inauguration today on the steps of City Hall. Let's listen into what Zohran Mamdani has to say.
Thank you so much for everyone for being here. Happy New Year to New Yorkers, both inside this tunnel and above. And I cannot wait to see everyone tomorrow as we begin our term. This is truly the honor and the privilege of a lifetime. And after just having taken my oath to become the mayor of the city of New York, I do so also here in the old City Hall subway station, a testament to the importance of public transit, to the vitality, the health, and the legacy of our city.
It's especially meaningful to be here tonight in this incredible station. I can't help but think back to the childhood me who was endlessly fascinated by the city's subways, bridges, tunnels, and other infrastructure. But that's only one of the many reasons that I'm thrilled to be joining Mayor Mamdani and the team, who fundamentally understand the role that transportation plays in the day-to-day lives.
Now for this discussion, we welcome former ambassador, Mr. Suresh Goel. His former Indian diplomat joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for joining us, and Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, looking at this, how significant is the fact that, African Indian origin mayor has now has become one of the most vibrant and cosmopolitan city of the world?
Well, New York always has been a very vibrant, very cosmopolitan city, and anyone who has lived in New York for even a month would always vouch how he or she took to the city. Now, the question is how important it is for Mamdani to become a mayor of such a city. I think Mamdani coming at the back of an election where he was really not the most favorite candidate to begin with, first of all being an African Indian, not really one of those Democrats known native of New York. He was really quite out of the way, way back. But it's important that he has finally come to the election and been won over it. It shows that he has been able to understand what the people of New York really want. And that includes really the infrastructure. Transport is one of them. That includes the jobs for the people. And that includes housing. And he has come at the back of really some of the most fundamental demands of the people in New York to be the mayor. So I think on the whole, very significant. And most importantly, he is firmly wedded to his Indian roots. I mean, if you remember his election victory celebration, he came singing at the back of the loud Bollywood music.
Yes.
So on the whole, I think we have to observe and watch, but very interesting.
Yes, indeed, and thank you for highlighting that. And Ambassador, although he has promised, or he has taken this popularity because he knows what the middle class wants in New York and what he hears the people. Do you think it might be challenging for him to actually make it come true, those policies that he has, strived for now?
Of course, he will have lots and lots of challenges because for many of the projects he has underlined, he would be depending on federal funding. And if President Trump's at any given point he feels that the project that Mamdani wants to execute cannot be funded, or if he just denies the funds for whatever reason, then there is a problem. So Mamdani will have to really negotiate a very fine walk in terms of connections with Washington, and also the bridge between Democrats and the Republicans. It's not an easy kind of a connection, but I think the way he has been speaking, he feels reasonably confident that he will be able to bridge the gap.
And once again, do you think that he will be, he, like you highlighted on our first discussion question, that, he's not the typical or orthodox person that we picture as a New York City mayor. How do you think this multicultural, his background, and this will be reflecting on his journey as a mayor?
New York is a very multiracial city, and there are people from all kinds of nationalities, communities, religions, races who live in their different parts of New York, a melting pot. In that sense, I think it's truly a very, very multi-ethnic, multi-hued kind of a city, where you can find all the languages of the world, you can find all the cuisines of the world, you can find all the cultural stripes of the world. So from that point of view, it should be easy for a person like Mamdani, who himself is born out of multicultural and multi-racial kind of a family. If you remember, his mother is an Indian, his father is, if I'm not mistaken, Ugandan Muslim, but his father is a Muslim, mother is a Hindu. So he himself is a multicultural. He had given all indication that he is not going to be a kind of a fundamental or fanatic kind of a person. At the same time, politics in New York, and I'm saying that on the basis of having lived there for quite some time, politics in New York is really managed by very narrow kind of groups, mostly by Catholics, not Catholics, by Catholicism, but mostly Christian community, Protestants, and many of, it's very, very difficult to imagine the governance of the city now going to somebody who is not a Christian, if you know what I mean. Difficult to say it. So it's going to be interesting for him to negotiate that path when, not as a Christian, he will be actually running or managing heavily Christian politics.
Yes, it will be interesting, and we will be eyeing that. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for sharing that. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving the focus to Asia. A once banned Bangladeshi Islamist party, poised for its strongest electoral showing in February's parliamentary vote of Bangladesh, is open to joining a unity government with other parties. Opinion polls suggest that Jamaat-e-Islami will finish a close second to the Bangladesh Nationalist Party in the first election it has contested in nearly 17 years, as it marks a return to mainstream politics in the predominantly Muslim nation of 175 million. According to Shafiqur Rahman, president of Jamaat, the Prime Minister will come from the party winning the most seats in the February 12th election, and if Jamaat wins the most seats, the party will decide whether he himself could be a candidate. Jamaat last held power between 2001 and 2006 as a junior coalition partner with the BNP and is open to working with it again. Let's in fact listen into what the president of Bangladeshi Islamist Party have shared.
Because we want to see a stable nation, at least for 5 years. If the parties come together, that we'll run the government together. But we have given 3 conditions to every party. Number 1, party will remain free from corruption. It will not give any shelter or show any weakness to any people who is corrupt. Number 2, will ensure social justice for all. No political interference will be allowed there. Number 3, for fulfilling the people's aspiration, all the issues of reforms will ensure, will support. If any party agrees with these 3 conditions, they are most welcome.
Now for this discussion, we welcome back former Ambassador Suresh Goyal. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for staying with us. Can you tell us a little bit background about this Jamaat-e-Islami? Why were they barred from elections before, and how might this return to mainstream politics affect Bangladesh and its politics now?
Asuma, my apologies, but I need to go to the other TV station in less than a minute, and therefore I will be very brief.
Yes,
the Jamaat-e-Islami Party has been known as an Islamic fundamentalist party, and therefore it was banned during the time of Sheikh Hasina. BNP and this party has worked together before in the government, and Islamist party is looking for basically an opening in Bangladeshi politics, and therefore it is quite open to alliances with any other party who wins to come to the power. Because in this election, Awami League party has already been banned, therefore the only other party which is open now is BNP. And therefore the alliance between the two would be quite comfortable for the Islamic Party as well as for the BNP. BNP is likely to win the majority if they are the only other big party in the elections. So I think in that case, BNP is not going to say no to alliance with Jamaat-e-Islami. And with this, please, Asuma, I must leave.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining and sharing that. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to move on to our next news. To Europe, Bulgaria has officially become the 21st member of the Eurozone. Celebrations erupted in Sofia with fireworks and crowds gathering outside the central bank. The historic moment was marked by a countdown on the bank's facade, showing new Bulgarian euro coins and the EU flag. Many Bulgarians are optimistic about the change. Marketing researcher Yalvo Sotirov has said that it has the final step in Bulgaria's integration into the European Union. Despite strong opposition from half the population, Bulgaria has joined the Eurozone, leaving just a few EU countries without the euro. However, Eurosceptic parties in other nations may slow further expansion. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome, I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. Official statements from China's Taiwan Affairs Office, Beijing has condemned Taiwan leader William Lai's New Year's Day speech as full of lies and malice after he vowed to strengthen Taiwan's defense just days after PLA live-fire drills around the island. According to the Israeli military, Israeli forces have killed a 26-year-old Palestinian identified as Khattab al-Sarhan during an early morning operations in the occupied West Bank after opening fire on people accused of throwing stones at soldiers. The Israeli military has said the stone throwing was part of an ambush. A member of Iran's security forces was killed during protests that have swept across the country since last week, local media reported. The United States has carried out strikes against 3 vessels in international waters that were suspected of narco-trafficking, according to the U.S. Southern Command. The vessels were traveling as a convoy. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced the withdrawal of National Guard troops from Portland, Chicago, and Los Angeles, hints at stronger comeback in the future. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has voiced his confidence on victory in Ukraine, while his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky has warned that peace cannot come at any cost in their respective New Year's addresses to their countries. Chinese rocket maker Landspace is seeking to raise about $1 billion in Shanghai Star Market IPO after its listing application was fast-tracked and accepted by the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Landspace's IPO comes as Beijing pushes aerospace as a strategic priority. Elon Musk's brain implant company Neuralink will start high-volume production of brain-computer interface devices and move to an entirely automated surgical procedure in 2026, Musk said in a post on social media platform X. Now we move on and we start from Asia. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has praised the devotion of his troops and the patriotic spirit of his people in New Year's address. The speech was delivered during a lavish celebration at Pyongyang's May Day Stadium to mark the start of 2026. Kim has emphasized loyalty and national pride as central themes for the year ahead. The event featured large-scale displays and ceremonies showcasing military strength. Analysts say the address reflects Pyongyang's ongoing focus on unity and defense readiness. Let's listen in.
아울러 지난 한 해를 값비싼 위운으로 빛내인 긍지와 성스러운 복무의 결의에 충만되어 신년의 여명을 마중하고 있는 영웅적인 우리 군대의 장령 군관 병사들에게 축하의 인사를 보내며 멀리 이역에서 조국을 그리는 뜨거운 마음을 안고 새해를 맞이하고 있을 해외 작전 부대 장병들에게 전투적 경의를 드립니다.
Now we move on to Europe. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has alleged that Russia is carrying the near 4-year war into the new year with more than 200 drones fired at Ukraine, mainly targeting energy infrastructure. The ministry has said that a significant number of households in the Volyn and Odessa regions in the northwestern and southwestern Ukraine, respectively, were disconnected from power supplies by the strikes, as well as some in the Chernihiv region north of the capital of Kiev. capital Kyiv. According to the governor Volyn, more than 103,000 households in the northwest Volyn region were left without power due to the strikes. Volyn region is several hundred kilometers from the front line and borders NATO member Poland. Now for this discussion, we welcome Ms. Alison Mutler. She's a former AP Bureau Chief, joins us live from Bucharest. Thank you very much, Ms. Mutler, for joining us, and Happy New Year to you. Now, thank you. Now, looking at this, although it's New Year, we're again discussing this. Unfortunately, this is continuing on to 2026 now. The escalation. How do you think that this we will continue to see negotiation between Russia, Ukraine, and U.S. in the coming days?
Russia's action in the last few weeks has showed that they're keeping up the pressure. They're continuing a relentless attack on Ukraine, on energy structures. That is particularly done at this time. It's very cold in this part of the world. It's below freezing. People need heating and hot water. And by targeting energy structures, that keeps the people of Ukraine in cold and darkness, and that puts pressure on leadership. But Russia is also trying to show, as negotiations are happening in various capitals in various places of the world, it's trying to show that it will continue its military onslaught, its hostilities against Ukraine, unless it gets what it wants. It is trying to show we are the big, strong force here, and unless you acquiesce, you agree to our demands, this violence, these killings will not stop. They will not slow down. And so they are showing absolutely no mercy. It's a relentless, it's a brutal attack on Ukraine, particularly at the new year, where people would like to celebrate. Instead of hearing fireworks, they're hearing bombs going off, and they're cold in their homes. And that is a deliberate strategy of the Kremlin, of Vladimir Putin, to keep up the pressure. And the reason for that is Russia wants its maximalist demands, and it's very concerned that those demands will not be met, or they'll be watered down, which would be impossible from what we see for the Kremlin to accept.
Yes, thank you for highlighting that. And Ms. Butler, are there any implications, as you know, this region that was striked last night, or in this latest strikes, was very close to NATO borders, Poland's border?
That's a very good observation, Asuma. Russia, again, is showing at the beginning of the war, all the attacks were on eastern Ukraine, as we call it, the Donbass, Kherson, those areas, because that is where the ethnic Russian population was. But they have widened those attacks as they've become frustrated because they have been unable to make Ukraine surrender. And they have widened their attacks to also Odessa, Kiev, but also near NATO members. Because according to the NATO Charter, any attack on a NATO member is attack on the whole of NATO. So they have deliberately been attacking near Poland, Romania too, and those are NATO members. And the idea is to make NATO members nervous, but also to show Russia, for it to show its strength, is that we are quite prepared to take this war beyond eastern Ukraine, and we're going to come near your borders. And the fears obviously are in Europe that the war could escalate and expand to Europe. So I think it's a deliberate strategic decision by Russia. They started in the autumn, as you will remember, with drone attacks on Poland and other countries, including Romania, where I live, but not only. But now there are missile strikes near the border. Again, it is to remind NATO members, particularly Poland, which is the strongest, biggest NATO player in Eastern Europe, that unless our demands are met, this is the underlying message, unless our demands are met, we can violate Polish territory, and that would, of course, generate a response from NATO at large, the whole of the NATO apparatus.
Thank you for highlighting on that escalation and joining us. Ms. Mutler, please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on to the Middle East, Israel has announced that a ban on 37 international NGOs operating in Gaza will be enforced. The groups failed to meet security and transparency standards, according to them, including disclosure of their Palestinian staffs. They have been formally notified to cease operations by March 1st. Meanwhile, the new rules were introduced 10 months ago and demands full disclosure of personnel, fundings, and operations. Humanitarian organizations, including Doctors Without Borders, World Vision, and Oxfam, are affected. However, the UN and international rights groups have warned the ban will worsen Gaza's humanitarian crisis, where nearly 80% of the buildings were damaged and 1.5 million people are homeless. Israel says the measure prevents the misuse of aid frameworks for terrorism. Let's listen in.